All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. Hope everybody is doing well today. It is Thursday, February 19th. And man, I wish it was February 27th. So I would be looking forward to getting my copy of Resident Evil 9. Prince, what's up? Muffin, Ghetto God, Ice Cream, Daniel, Schmidt. People asking about yesterday's stream. Yeah, I didn't keep it up because it wasn't really so much a gaming related stream, I guess. We didn't cover like any gaming topics or anything. So it was just really kind of out there, you know? And I get worried about that stuff sometimes because, you know, I don't know. I try to have some level of consistency on my channel. Um, wanting to keep it gaming. Um, so yeah, you didn't really miss much, to be honest. So apologies for that. But yeah, that rarely happens. Michael, you're saying I thought you were going to say for the Pokemon game. No, not for the Pokemon game. Not for the Pokemon game. Um, yeah, Irfan, I did read your email, man, and I appreciate that. That was nice of you to share that that story with me, and yeah, I can relate to certain areas myself. So really appreciate that, man. And glad to hear your things are much better today. That's good. Yeah, that's another problem. Resident Evil 9 is leaking. So you have to be really careful. There are so many different aspects of RE9 that are leaking and you know, I haven't come across anything yet, so just beware of that. Just beware. But guys, today we're going to be talking about a few different things. The first order of discussion here is going to be multiple leaks and rumors regarding God of War. We have information on the God of War remake trilogy coming from Christopher Judge. We're talking about Cory Barlog's game once again because we have another insider who knows about Cory Barlog's game giving us something. We're going to talk about that. And we also have Tom Henderson. I actually decided I will cover this because I guess it makes sense if we're going to cover all the different leaks and rumors regarding God of War. Tom Henderson has come out and give us some new information about the next mainline God of War as well. And we're also going to be talking about the PlayStation 6 for a little bit because we have some clarification on the RDNA situation, which, some people are really fighting over that. And then we're also going to be talking about a PS5 console exclusive that seems to have upset some Xbox players because they didn't expect it to be a console exclusive. But I think there's something that a lot of people are forgetting about this game. And I will talk about that. I'll talk about that later in the stream. We're talking about Silent Hill Townfall. So, but yeah, guys, like I said, I appreciate you joining me today. Oh, you think Christopher Judge is going to get a terrifying call from Sony? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I don't, it's hard to say. Yeah, I mean, he might get talked to by Sony because there was one thing he said at the end where but I don't know, man. It's like what he said, I feel like a lot of people already assumed anyway. But we'll talk about that in a moment. He might have said too much, but I'm not complaining. Yeah, no, I hear you. But guys, listen, before we get into any of these discussions, do me a favor and make sure you hit the like button if you enjoy these streams and if you enjoy the topic discussions. Make sure you hit the like button. I just realized too, man, I didn't change my thumbnail. Okay, so I still have the MBG Live thumbnail. Oops. Dang it. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to throw people off or not and stop people from coming in. Maybe I can make the thumbnail live right now. No, I'll do it after the fact. It's whatever. I mean, the title is letting people know what we're talking about. Yeah, you just noticed the Metal Gear Solid poster's gone. Yeah, I decided to take it down for now. Also because it was kind of falling down. Yesterday, I noticed the whole side was actually hanging off, and I went to go try to put it back, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll just put the panels back up because I block it anyway. Like, you know what I mean? I just kind of realized, like, dude, I was like, I'm gonna move the camera up a little bit, and I'm blocking the entirety of the poster. So, I put it over there though, and you can't see it, but it's on the other side of the room. But yeah, guys, make sure you're doing me a favor, doing the channel a favor, and hit that like button. We'll see if we can get to 50 likes. If you want to support the channel directly, there are a couple of ways in which you can do that. We are fan funded here, as most of you know. So if you want to become a channel member, please consider doing so. Consider gifting channel memberships. If we hit 25, we'll feed the beast. Consider dropping a super chat or direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the channel, the community, and the content directly. Simply couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you for that. MBG PlayStation is going to keep doing exclusives. Xbox going third party doesn't change. I think that's true. Yeah, generally speaking, I think that's true. Yeah, I got to make room for the Mark Cerny picture. How'd you know, Michael? Digital Dude says, if RE9 can have first and third person modes, why can't the trilogy remake have the original camera angle and the newer behind the shoulder angle? My theory is they're going to have both to please everyone. That's a pretty good theory, and I mean, I would agree with that. You know, I think if you choose to do the kind of modern, over the shoulder, something similar to God of War 2018 and Ragnarok, I think you run the risk of really upsetting some of the original fans. You know, if you were to offer both and make it known kind of in the same way like Resident Evil 9 has, where you can have the best of both worlds, yeah, I think fans would go nuts over that. I think that is a good way to ensure that everybody can be happy here. But the only thing that makes me feel like that might not be possible is because I feel like game design wise, well, yeah, I mean, switching between first and third person mode can change things quite drastically game design wise. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is they would have to put a lot of extra effort into doing that. It would probably be worth it ultimately. It would probably be worth it, but I don't know that that's the direction they want to go in, because I think one of the bigger questions that we need answered is whether or not the God of War remake trilogy is going to be one game at a time or all three games. Okay, so yeah, I had to remove that. Be careful. Be careful. I don't want. Come on, you can't be coming in here talking about Resident Evil 9 stuff that's leaking. You can't do that. All right. Try to be respectful of the community here. We don't want to. We want to go in without knowing any of that stuff. You hate over the shoulder. You prefer the classic. Well, I mean, that's my general feel with most people who are excited about the remakes. They kind of seem to feel the same way, where it's not that they don't like the over the shoulder at all. It's just that if we're going to remake the original games, you need to stick with the original combat, you know? If you completely change it, it's, it's going to make, I think it's going to just turn off a lot of original God of War fans. And they're going to feel like that's not necessarily what we wanted. However, I have seen I've seen quite a few people as well say that they actually do want to see the more modern over the shoulder. So that's why I kind of think what Digital Dude was saying is a good idea. I think that, you know, if you want to make sure that no one's left unhappy or unsatisfied, you do both. Whether or not they'll take those extra steps development wise to do that, it's hard to say. I think if they're doing all three games in one package, they might not do it. If they're doing one game at a time, I don't see why they wouldn't do it. Tarnished is flying very close to the sun. Well, Tarnished said they were joking, but yeah, come on. Yeah, I mean, I'm over here. I'm hoping that Amazon ends up shipping my. I'm hoping they end up shipping my copy early. I don't know if they will, but that would be amazing. I'd love to get some early access to Resident Evil 9. It's gonna feel like torture, waiting until the 27th. MBG, I think people wanting the over-the-shoulder camera are people that didn't play the original games. That would totally change the feel of those games. Yeah, well, so what we're going to talk about now is we don't have like confirmation that the remake trilogy is going to uh you know, switch the camera angle or perspective or anything like that. So, for those who don't know, um there was a video that kind of leaked out where Christopher Judge was talking to a fan, and I feel a little bit bad about this because like I don't think he knew he was being filmed. Um, but I I feel like he definitely he said a couple things that I don't think he was supposed to say. And one of the things he said was that yes, TC Carson is voicing Kratos in the remakes, which, you know, that to me is not surprising. I feel like that was pretty much confirmed. That was practically confirmed by, you know, um TC Carson himself when he revealed it. But the bigger thing he said is that when he was talking to the fan, he was like, "Yeah, they're going to have new gameplay. They're going to be using new technology." Um, I'm trying to see. Let me see if I can play the. I'll play the audio so you guys can hear it. Hold on.
I have to come say hi. Are you playing in the remake?
No, well, it's gonna be TC because it's not a reboot, but they're gonna put all the new technology in it, add more stuff, a new fighting system.
Okay.
So that will be TC. The original.
Sorry, who's
the original guy?
Oh, the original. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And then you'll be hearing about what we're doing probably late summer.
Oh, yeah. That's
Okay, so the way he said it is there's going to be a new fighting system. He said new technology and a new fighting system. Now, I feel like hold on. Yeah, I feel like they're that basically is confirmation from Christopher Judge that if you're asking the question, are they going to keep the combat exactly the same, leave it untouched, or are they going to change it? I think he pretty much confirmed they are going to change it. Now, he doesn't go really deep into the details here. Why would? I mean, he's not a developer. He's somebody who's, you know, probably involved to some extent with the project, or at the very least very heavily involved with Sony Santa Monica, so he would know. What I find funny is like people are like, what would he know? It's like, what do you mean what would he know? Like, he plays Kratos, man. Like, he's heavily involved with Sony Santa Monica right now, making something probably with Corey, or at the very least the next mainline God of War like that. if there's anybody who would have an idea of what's going on, it's probably Christopher Judge. But at the same time, I understand that this, he probably doesn't like. I'll put it to you this way: if you were to ask Christopher Judge, so what type of gameplay changes are they going to make? He probably doesn't know. You know what I mean? Like he probably doesn't know that much. But I guess what I'm saying is the fact that he explicitly said that he said they're going to have a new fighting system. That to me seems like something that, that like, I don't know, I'm speculating here, but like that to me sounds like somebody flat out from Santa Monica was like, oh yeah, we're changing the combat, or we're doing like a whole new fighting system or something. Because I don't know why he would just say that if he, for no reason. So I do think he pretty much did kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit. Could new technology mean PS6? Yeah, I would think so. That's a good catch. Yeah, the new technology thing could mean multiple. That could mean like a new engine, It could mean new tech from the PS6. It sounds to me like he's basically reciting what was told to him. That's kind of my read on what Christopher Judge said, that he probably talked to some developers and they're like, yeah, we're going to be using new technology. We're going to be having it, using a new fighting system. And he's just kind of saying what he heard. I don't think it's like he's seeing early prototype builds. It could be, who knows? And we have Josh Z, a longtime member for 70 months. Josh, thank you so much, man. That's crazy. Thank you for being a member for so long. You're saying sometimes combat changes can be great. Look at FF7 Remake's combat. Pretty much universal praise despite functioning differently. Exactly. I think Santa Monica is more likely, when we talk about them changing the combat in the remakes, I think they're more likely to not make it a copy and paste of what God of War 2018 and Ragnarok are, because I don't think everybody would be okay with that. Mr. B, you're saying the PlayStation 6 is still coming late 2027, according to Moore's Law is Dead. That's interesting. Well, to be fair, Moore's Law is Dead. He said, I think this was like a month ago, he said that if Sony is going to delay the PlayStation 6, that decision will probably not be made until sometime early next year. So I do believe him. I think right now, if during Sony's meetings, they're like, yes, we're still operating as if we are targeting holiday 2027. So I don't think that internally anything's been delayed. I think that the confusion probably comes from the fact that we're getting multiple reports, not from Sony, not from Moore's Law is Dead, but from outside sources claiming that they've spoken to people familiar with Sony's line of thinking. And yeah, I'm gonna try to be a little bit more careful going forward about covering news about the PlayStation 6 timeline. Only because it's becoming pretty clear to me that like even Sony doesn't fully know. Like right now, Sony is planning for 2027, but no one knows what the situation is going to look like 12 months from now. Sony has no idea. And if the situation changes for the worse, then Sony may have no choice but to delay it. But I just think a lot of what we see now, like, PS6 2028, PS6 2029, I'm like, yeah, it's very plausible and possible. Like, all of this is possible. But in terms of like internally at Sony, what they're focused on, yeah, they're probably still like just working as if they're targeting a 2027. MBG membership gifting or membership showed up on my iPhone, not gift. I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, Perfect Image. Are you saying that the ability to become a channel member is available on your iPhone, but not to gift memberships? What if Chris understood the combat is different from the games that he's in? I mean, that is an interesting way to interpret it, and it's possible when he says a new combat system, he could simply just be meaning different from Ragnarok in 2018. And I mean, yeah, that would, if they were to keep it as it is, that would be different, you know. But I just think the way he worded it, I don't know. Maybe we're just doing that thing where we're kind of hanging on too much to every word that's being spoken here, but it's a big question. It's kind of the burning question around the God of War remakes right now. They can simply remaster the God of War trilogy and remake. We'll use over the shoulder. That was another thing we talked about. What's your impression of the upcoming God of War-esque game Lulan, The Cursed Sand? It looks promising. Yeah, I remember seeing that trailer. It looks pretty good. But, I mean, there's a few different ways they could go about it. You know, if they want to completely remake it and make it closer to something like God of War 2018 or, you know, God of War Ragnarok, they can also offer some kind of deal where it's like, we're also just going to give you the ability to play the original just up-resed with 60 frames. You know, like a basic, very, very, very basic remaster. They could do that too. And that would be another way to satisfy everybody or most people. I do think that what Digital Dude said is a better option. The idea of, well, offer both in a remake package. That sounds better. Like, give people the option to choose. It reminds me of like Metal Gear Solid Delta. You know, if you played that, one of the things that people were really nervous about was when they showed the first gameplay trailer for Metal Gear Delta, it was over the shoulder, more traditional, like what you would expect from a modern day third person shooter. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on, hold on. Christopher Judge responded. He responded. Thank you, Irfan. Oh, I'm gonna have to take my video down. He says, let me do my best Chris Judge impression. Let me be crystal clear. I can't do an impression. His voice is too deep, bro. I can't do it. Let me be crystal clear, boy. He says, let me be crystal clear. I have zero involvement with the original games and what they involve. Full stop. As much as I would love that everything I do in the future would involve Santa Monica and GOFW, I have other projects that I'm super excited about. More info this summer. I don't know. What are we thinking here? What are we thinking? The second attempt was pretty good. They could just port the PS2 games. Well, so to me, it seems like his post, Christopher Judge's post, I think he's trying to convey that, hey, when I said there's going to be, you're going to hear more from us late summer, I think he's trying to walk that back. And it sounds like he got a call from Sony. He got the call. He got the call. I mean, it kind of sounds like he got the call, right? See, what's what's interesting is he's saying basically that, oh, that thing I said about late summer, that thing I said, I wasn't actually, that's not Santa Monica Studio. That's not God of War related. That's something separate. I mean, okay. 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 I don't know. But here's the thing. Does he know? He knows. Here's the thing though, like, even if we put aside what Christopher Judge said, right? Even if we put that aside, I feel like we've had like multiple reliable insiders basically confirm that, like, yeah, Santa Monica's next big reveal is coming this summer. So, to be honest, even though I feel like he probably said something he wasn't supposed to, at least that's kind of what it feels like. I don't think it was that big of a deal because it's like, yeah, I mean, but Sony obviously doesn't want their plans leaking. Why would he say what we're doing and not what I'm doing? It's definitely Santa Monica. Yeah. Nathan Drake says RE9 spoilers are out there. Media blackout for me. Peace, y'all. Boss, what's up, man? Yep, he's making himself nice and comfortable as he usually does. He's like, pet me right now, boy. Here's another conversation I want to have with you guys, though. So there's something else that happened, and I will let you know what it is in just a moment. Something happened. What cat? There's another cat over here. Luna. All right. So there's an insider we don't cover too often, but we have on occasion. His name or their name is Ashang. Boss is showing how majestic he is. He's sneezing too, apparently. There's an insider named Ashang, and he resides on the Reset Era forums. And what's interesting about this person is they know what Santa Monica is working on. They've teased some stuff in the past, and they've been verified and vetted. So this person responded to something that somebody said on the Reset Era forums. A person named Superboss. Was it you? It was you, wasn't it? Superboss says it'll have been 5 years since Ragnarok in 2027. Perfect time as any to release the next mainline entry. And then Ashang simply replied by saying, don't hold your breath. And so I put out a tweet and I said, reliable insider Ashang confirms Santa Monica's next game will not be a mainline God of War title. I then went on to say, likely Cory Barlog's new game, which is not a new IP, but might feel like one. Somebody replied and they said, bro, Ashang was talking about the release date, not the game being God of War. And that's true, but this is where, when you look at the bigger picture of everything we've been hearing, there's a really important question that needs to be answered. Yeah, just make yourself comfortable, boss. There's a really important question that needs to be answered, and it's like the one question that every insider refuses to answer. Nobody knows the answer to this question, seemingly. I think multiple people do know the answer to the question, but they're not revealing it purposely. And that question is Cory Barlog working? Is his next game a mainline God of War game? Is that what it is? It's just, yes, there is a new God of War game, obviously in development. It's the next mainline God of War, and that's Cory Barlog's game. I'm not convinced that it is, because what I had to tell this person when they were like, bro, he was just asking about the date, not if it's like God of War or not. I said, well, here's what's interesting, right? The person who was asking the question or insinuating like 2027 would be the perfect year for the next God of War. Multiple, we have like Shinobi 602, Nate the Hate. They've all come out and they said like, well, Cory Barlog's game is pretty much targeting a 2027 release. This is pretty much what multiple insiders have confirmed. Shinobi even said he knows the exact quarter that they're aiming to release it. And because of that, the announcement should be soon. So this is why I do not subscribe to the theory that Cory Barlog is just simply working on the next main God of War game. I actually believe pretty firmly that Santa Monica basically has 3 projects. Number 1, the God of War remake trilogy. I think that's mostly going to be handled by Bluepoint Games. Number 2, Cory Barlog's game, which is not a mainline God of War. He's been working on it since like 2019. And yes, a 2027 release makes perfect sense for a game that, that's been in development for that long. And then the third project, I think, is the next mainline God of War game starring Kratos. Luna, please don't rip anything down. I'd really appreciate if you didn't do that. I got 2 cats here that want treats, man. God of War first-person shooter set in World War II confirmed. Why is that so funny? Cory Barlog is very excited to reveal what he's been working on this whole time. Okay. Boss, you have to decide. Are you going to chill on my lap, or are you going on the cat tower? Because you can't just stay in this position. This is okay. Now he's growling. She doesn't like Kratos. Yeah, okay, boss. Who blew the horn? Who blew the horn? We have Armani Coleman with a $5 super chat. He says we get Crimson Desert in a month. What do you think will be more satisfying, 007 First Light or Crimson Desert? I believe Crimson Desert will. For me personally, probably 007. But yeah, I think it really comes down to the person, man. I think that's really what it boils down to. If you're somebody who's super excited for Crimson Desert because it's a very different game from 007, I think you have a good idea that that'll probably be the more satisfying game for you. But if you're somebody who likes more like action adventure, Uncharted type experiences, cinematic experiences, I think 007 will be the more satisfying one. Don't rip that down. And we have Corey, the legend Landiga. He comes in. He says, I do it for the boss. I do it for the boss.
I'm no hero.
Very loud.
Never was.
Oh, boss is getting
Never
excited.
will be.
Hopefully Corey will kick off a member train here, because I got 2 cats that are like, feed me treats. I see Josh Nuggets is here, and he still didn't get one. Yeah, Josh, I don't know, man. At this point, I'm just starting to think it's not ever going to happen. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Corey, thank you for the membership gifts. Armani, thank you for the super chat. Crimson Desert will be a masterpiece. I'm really curious to see how that game reviews, man, and if it turns out to be the masterpiece that a lot of people believe it will be. Josh Nugget L's in the chat. Michael, you're saying you're not really interested in either of those games? I think I'm more interested in 007 than Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert, I'm not going to lie, man. Like, I know that this is probably a really unpopular thing to say, but the more I see of it, the more I'm like, I think I'm becoming less interested in this game. Like, it's getting like, it almost is like a little bit annoying where they're like, you can do literally everything. And I'm like, please stop. I don't that I guess it's just because for me it's like you're starting to make me feel overwhelmed by this game to a point where it's like I don't want to do everything. I don't want to be able to do everything in a game. I just want to be able to, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me like whoa, whoa, whoa type vibes, you know? And Shadow Link. Yo, Shadow Link comes in out of nowhere. He didn't even announce himself. Well, I guess he did. He drops 20 member gifts on you guys, none of which are going to Josh Nuggets. None of which are going to him. He rips open the 20 pack. We got to see the 20 pack. And then Fred Vance comes in and drops another 5 for you guys. Whoa, we got a big member train going here. We got a big one. Corey kicked it off with 5. Shadow Link drops 20, and then Fred follows it up with another 5. Guys, I'm pretty sure that just shot us up to 30 members. So I got to see some 20-pack emojis. I got to see some 5-pack emojis. I got to see some boss emojis. Maybe some Lunas as well. Boss, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but Luna's going to have to get the treats first, okay?
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
And we also have Momo using their 1-month milestone saying, only here for the Luna Kratos collab. Momo, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad. I'm glad you're here for the collab. Luna's waiting patiently. And we also have Schmidt GT renewing his membership as well. Schmidt.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I do appreciate that, man. I will add that to the goal as well. I appreciate everybody who is a recurring member. If you're paying for your membership month over month, big shout out to you for doing that. And if you get gifted a membership, you know, consider renewing it if you want to support the channel directly. It really does help more than you know. So Schmidt, shout out to you, man. That brings us to 31, guys. So I wasn't expecting that. I'm going to be honest. We'll feed the beasts here, and let me put my Arnold logo up. Guys, I want to ask you this. Josh says he'll renew it when he gets it. Shadowlink says, MBG, I'm busy working, so I didn't say hi till now. Hope all is well and everyone in the chat is good. God bless. Well, thank you, Shadowlink. I really, really do appreciate that, man. I'm doing okay. My throat's a little bit sore. That's why I'm probably talking a little bit quieter. I'm pretty sure the kids brought home another. There's no way. Do you guys see Boss? I don't know if he's showing up on the camera. He literally just laid into my arm. He's like, please. He's like, please, man. Please. I'm pretty sure the kids brought home like another virus. I feel like I've been sick all February, man. And I feel mostly like better, but the past 2 days I noticed like my throat's been getting real sore, and I'm like, come on, man. Like come on. This is getting ridiculous. So if I'm a little bit quieter, that's why. Michael. All right. Here we go. Luna gets her treats first, then Boss. Void Cats. Void Floof. Go ahead, Luna. There you go. Apparently, she'll only eat them if I put them directly under her mouth. Yeah, I named my cat Mold. I named Luna Mold. So, yeah. Boss, we'll give you your treats in just a couple minutes. I did want to ask you guys, though. I don't know if we'll end up hitting 50 members today. We might. I mean, we're more than halfway there. If we hit 50 members, would you prefer reps or drumming? It would be off camera. So No. Mm-mm. Xbox Toast is 100 members. Xbox Toast is 100 members. Okay. I got like if to do Xbox Toast, I got to break out the toaster. I got to go get the table. I got to move the cat tower. I got to go get bread. Luna for sure, says D'Angelo. A few of you guys are saying drumming. All right. Off camera reps. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm going to do off camera reps, guys. You're just going to hear grunting. And it's going to be really weird. Where's Clark and Leia? Oh yeah, yeah. No, Michael, I can't be doing off camera reps and making weird noises. Michael's gonna get weird with it, you know. So you guys are saying drums. All right. Let me there we go. All right. So if we hit 50, I'll do some off camera drumming for you guys. Okay. Boss, it's your turn. There you go, man. And we'll get back onto the topic discussion in just a moment. Here you go. Feast. All right. I'm gonna try to move this down a little bit so you can get a better view of Boss. By the way, guys, I did mean to ask you this before we continue onto the gaming conversations. How is the audio on your end? Does my mic sound like it's peaking at all? Does it sound louder than normal? Because I've been having some weird stuff happening with my mic since like yesterday, where it just seems like it's peaking more, and I don't know why. It's perfect. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, and make sure you're hitting that like button, guys. We also have Armani Coleman. He dropped another super chat, and he says, "When I play Crimson Desert, I'm going to be happy." And 007 First Light, I also might like the throw the most. Oh, you're saying you might like throwing the most, where you like parry and then attack. So you're basically saying you think you're going to like the hand-to-hand combat in 007. Out of everything you can do in that game. Yeah, when we watched the state of play for 007, I do think the hand-to-hand combat is what kind of stood out to me the most. I mean, the set pieces look awesome, the shooting looks pretty good, but yeah, being able to kind of like just throw people around the room and you know, take on like 5 or 6 guys at one time. I'm probably, whenever I do play that game, I think that's the part that I'm looking forward to the most as well. Nothing will ever beat Sifu though. I'm still shocked that Slow Clap decided not to do a Sifu sequel and they decided to make a soccer game or a football game. Like, I just still can't believe that, where I'm like, what? But yes, the John Wick game looks amazing. I think the John Wick game is going to kind of carry on that feeling. I mean, when they were showing the John Wick trailer and they showed snippets of gameplay at the end, I thought for sure that it was Slow Clap. I'm like, that looks just like Sifu. So to find out it's Saber Interactive making a John Wick game, quite surprising. Quite surprising. Some people are a little bit nervous about it, but Saber, they've been proving themselves, man. They've been doing a good job. You know what other game that has gone under the radar? And I'm pretty sure Saber's making it as well. Unless the RE9 leak actually shows they're teaming up with Slow Clap and Seafood. Damn. Why'd you have to spoil that, Michael? What's that game Turok Origins? I'm pretty sure that's being made by Saber, is it not? So they're kind of like all over the place doing a bunch of stuff. Oh, they're also making Jurassic Park Survival. Wait, hold on. How are they making all these games? What do they have, like 1,000 developers or something? Perfect Image, let me see. You're saying read my last. Hold on. Chartard with a $2 super chat says, "Did you see the God of War leak from Christopher Judge?" Yeah, we were talking about that. He did seemingly go on Twitter though and post something to try to clarify that, like, no, it's they're not re-revealing it, or they're not not re-revealing it. They're not revealing their new game this summer. I wasn't talking about Santa Monica. I wasn't talking about God of War. I think he kind of, yeah, I think he let the cat out of the bag a little bit here. Perfect image. I'm trying to find your, hold on. I'm trying to find your last chat. For some reason, it's not showing up. Just give me 1 second here. Oh, you're saying you were saying drink ginger tea. Maybe I will. I don't know. I struggle to drink tea anymore. I got coffee here, but you wouldn't be surprised if they changed the God of War reveal date from Game Fest this year. You mean Summer Game Fest? So I think so the one thing about Christopher Judge and what he said is he was pretty specific. He said, "You're going to hear about what we're doing late summer." And late summer is September. That's the last month of summer. I think summer ends like September 20th, 21st. We know that Sony likes to hold September state of plays, right? They've always done it, just like they've always done like late January, early February state of plays. So what's interesting to me is what might happen in between, right? Where there is Summer Game Fest, but Sony also usually likes to do May or June state of plays. But I don't think if Sony does a May or June state of play, because a lot of, June is when summer starts. So you could technically say, oh, if Santa Monica is going to reveal their new project in the summer, that could be in June, right? I don't think it's going to be that, though, because we already got confirmation from Insomniac that we're going to be hearing more from Wolverine. Yeah, pushing polygons. I'm sorry about that, man. I ended up just pulling it because it was a very non-gaming related type of stream, and it kind of was like out there in some ways. So I just thought it was best to not really keep it out there. Might scare some people off. What, Josh Nuggets, why are you telling me to go watch a beaver eat cabbage? I did. Actually, I know exactly what video you're talking about. That's popped up for me numerous times. But yeah, I think there's going to be like a May or June state of play, and then there's going to be a September state of play. And the fact that Chris Judge said, like, yeah, you're going to be hearing about what we're working on late summer. I mean, I think he would have an idea. Now, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe when he put out his Twitter post and he said, look, I would love for everything that I'm working on to be involved with Santa Monica and God of War, but that Clark really knows how to make an entrance. Cat attack. Yeah, dude. Pretty sure he's the reason why my snake poster was hanging off the wall. Here we go. I'll give Clark some now, too. But what I really wanted to say is that when the next God of War is revealed, or Cory Barlog's project, these are games that I feel very certain will be announced at Sony shows, not like Summer Game Fest or something like that. And Chartard with a $5 super chat, he says, Naughty Dog needs to drop both Intergalactic and Druckmann, take the bones of Factions 2, and make a SOCOM with a great story and multiplayer. I mean, I'm not opposed to that idea. because that sounds awesome. Like, that sounds awesome, dude. A really intense, deep, military themed story. You just got Corey hyped. He's like, hell yeah. But unfortunately, Chartard, I don't think any of that's ever going to happen. Yeah. No. I mean, the idea of Naughty Dog taking the bones of Factions 2 and making a SOCOM game. I mean, it's not like, you know what's crazy about what you said is that that's actually not that far off. If you played Factions 1, it's a very tactical game. Like, that's what made the Factions multiplayer so good, is it's very tactical. It's, you know, it's really something where you have to play it slowly and methodically. You can't just kind of like run and gun. And that's, you know, SOCOM was a very tactical shooter as well. So like the idea you're proposing here is not actually that absurd or crazy, but no, I don't think they're gonna. Sony will only drop Neil Druckmann if so. Like, I think Intergalactic would have to be an utter train wreck. I mean, it would have to like hurt Sony so bad that there's just no question, or like get him out of there. You know what I mean? And I the only way I could see that happening realistically is if Neil Druckmann basically purposely torches. Like, unless Neil Druckmann basically is like, I'm leaving after this, so screw it. I'm gonna do the thing, whatever that thing is. Dude, what are you doing, man? I'm trying to just have a conversation. Clark, I don't mind if you want to stand up there, but you can't be. Just don't hurt me, man. Fish, you're saying he's already lost Sony a bunch of money. I think in the eyes of Sony, though, like, they don't. I don't know. I don't know if Sony really views it that way. My understanding is that Sony values Neil Druckmann a lot, and they view him as like, you know, one of the biggest, most prolific creators that, you know, is running one of their biggest first party studios. But you know, there is a kind of idea that Neil Druckmann maybe, I don't know if he wants to retire soon or not, but I guess what I'm saying is like the only way I could see something where like Intergalactic is some kind of train wreck and Neil's gone is if he was planning to leave, and so he's going to make. So it's like if you look at the divisiveness of The Last of Us Part 2, Intergalactic is going to make that look like child's play. That type of situation where it's like, yeah, I don't care if I lose Sony money. Like, I don't care if people hate it. I don't care if they hate me. I'm out after this. And here's my final message. You know, like, I unless it's something like that, I don't think Intergalactic will fail. I think Intergalactic will probably find an audience, and it could be a hit. It depends. It depends on the gameplay. It depends on the type of story that Naughty Dog wants to tell. I'm still trying my best to reserve judgment. Some people think I hate Intergalactic. I don't. You know, I think I get lumped in with that. I don't hate it. I don't, like, I'm not like, ew. If anything, I'm like, I want to see the gameplay. Like, I'm eager to see the game because I'm like, dude, the thing that interests me the most about Intergalactic is that I think they're really trying to make a different type of game. And I'm like, that's good. I think. Like, it depends on if you nail it, but you want to make like an action RPG type game, hell yeah. I'm curious about that, you know? Armani, you're saying with a $5 super chat, I'm going to be 19 in 88 days. May 18th. That's the month 007 first releases. It's going to probably be my birthday present. Well, I'll be sure to wish you a happy birthday. I'll try to remember, Armani. In 88 days, you're gonna be 19. 007, your present. Not too bad, man. Not too bad. He's counting down the days. Chartard with the super chat. You're saying people are tired of lesbian power fantasies. That's all Sony makes anymore. Horizon, Yote, The Last of Us, Intergalactic, and I bet Thrud will be MC in the new God of War. Lesbian power fantasies, bro. Well, I mean, yeah, when you list it out, it does seem like there's a common theme. Although I don't know if Yote should be in there. I understand why you're putting Yote in there. I do get it. But I do also want to point out that it seems to me like well, Gavin says he likes being a powerful lesbian. So see, what about the people who like the lesbian power fantasy? I do think that Sucker Punch went out of their way to avoid that. Which, without going into spoiler territory, like, yeah, at a certain point in the game, I did think they were going to go in that direction. And I'm not going to lie, I was like, I'm preparing my eye roll. Because I'm like, you got to be kidding me. They didn't. They did not. And I'm like, okay. Well, they like, I guess it's kind of left up to interpretation. You know? Bro. I mean, it's a divisive topic, It's a divisive topic. And so here's my kind of high level thoughts on this idea of like, we're tired of the lesbian power fantasies. I think that it has more to, so I'll put it to you this way, right? You know how like the Uncharted games in the PlayStation 3 era, they come out and it feels like it establishes something new for Sony. The cinematic game, the cinematic action game or adventure game. And then that continues with The Last of Us. And then as we go into the PS4 generation, then you get Horizon. Then you get Ghost of Tsushima. Then you get Days Gone. Then you get God of War. Right? And the list kind of goes on. Spider-Man. And even though all of these games are very different in many ways, there's, I think, the reality that as time went on, you started to kind of notice that every major PlayStation studio, it's not that they're copying one another, but it's that there's a formula that they are now leaning more into. And it's why you would see those memes of like Horizon, Days Gone, God of War, and Uncharted, like, or The Last of Us. And it's like the over-the-shoulder cinematic game, the cinematic PlayStation experience. And there was this feeling that I still think exists now, where it's not that people hate those types of games. It's not that people don't want cinematic gaming experiences or open world, over-the-shoulder action experiences. I just think that it started to feel like Sony studios are all kind of doing something very similar, which I have not had a problem with personally, but I can understand that's like, yeah, getting so many of those types of games back to back will naturally make people have a negative reaction where this again. Like, come on, guys. The reason why I'm saying this is because I do think that there is some level of truth where it's like, yes, Sony and their studios have seemingly, not in every case, but in more cases than you would expect, leaned into, and yes, it's about a lesbian couple. Yes, this character is gay. It is about a gay couple. And it started with The Last of Us, specifically Left Behind, which I thought was cool. I'm like, yeah, well, that's what a cool DLC. Wasn't expecting that. But then, you know, then it's like, oh, well, now it's going to be Aloy. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, you know, and you know, it just it starts to feel, I think, I don't know, it does inherently become a little bit political, and I try to avoid that, but I just think that people are getting, and you know, to be honest, it's not even just like the lesbian thing, right? It's just people sometimes get a vibe. I saw this thing, like, I think people take it too far though. Aloy is optional. That's true. That's true. I do think people take it too far though. Where, yeah, and that's true too. Like Neo, you're saying there's other games. You have Soros, you have the Ghost games, Astrobot, God of War. Exactly. Like that to me is like, all right, well, listen, I know people are like, oh, you know, Ellie, The Last of Us Part 2 is about, you know, a story between Ellie and Dina, right? And their love. It's also a story about revenge. It's like, okay, but then, you know, Naughty Dog's like, oh, so so the last Uncharted thing we want to do, it's going to be, now granted, I don't think they're a couple, but you know, what was it? The Lost Legacy, where it's like two really intense, you know, badass chicks. No Nathan Drake, you know, he's retired. He's done. It's like, okay. And then they're like, yeah. And so our next game, bald, intimidating chick, badass. It's like, okay, I guess that's so, like, for Naughty Dog, like it becomes clear. You know what I mean? Like there is, I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying that if you are somebody who's like, I liked a character like Nathan Drake more. I liked a character like Joel more. And the reason for that was because you felt more relatable to them. There's no denying that for the last two games and the new game they have coming out, yeah, that you're probably going to feel less connected to it because Naughty Dog is actively making the decision that we want strong female characters as our leads across the board. And it is something like that where it's like, yeah, I get it. I liked Joel a lot. I liked The Last of Us 1 better than 2 because I got to play as Joel. And it felt like Joel was the main character. Ellie was also the main character, but it was them together, you know? What I feel dramatically different about Intergalactic, if it was some badass, like, ripped dude with a beard smoking a cigar, maybe a little, I'd be like, oh, that's cool, you know? Yeah, like, I'm just gonna be honest, like, my feeling would change compared to watching a chick shave her head in the mirror. Yes. I like, the tone would feel different to me. One of those things feels like, although ironically I am bald and I shave. So actually, but I'm not a female, so there's a disconnect. But listen, I'm trying to point out that then when you see like Gorilla, and then Gorilla's like, well, people have been asking for Aloy to have a love interest, potentially. Like, does she have a love interest? You know, if you played Horizon Zero Dawn, if you played Horizon Forbidden West, there were definitely people who were, you know, both male and female, showing, but more on the male side, showing interest in Aloy, and she's just always been like, no. And I never read that because it's like, clearly she's a lesbian. I never took it that way. I always just took it as it's because they don't want her to have a love interest. Like, she's supposed to be just like so hyper focused on saving the world, being the hero, and getting the mission done. You know what I mean? And that's why I think it was kind of surprising when they're like, "Oh no, here you go." Like, no, she's gonna. If you choose to have a love interest, she is gay, and it's like, oh, okay. I mean, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It just feels like it feels a little bit like, oh, of course she is. Like, of course she. Like, it's why when people look at this new character, and to be fair, like the sexual orientation of these characters, in my opinion, doesn't really matter. It only matters. It's dependent upon what the story is supposed to be about. You know that, like, for example, um, like it was kind of supposed to be a big deal, and Naughty Dog didn't really hide the fact it like was supposed to be kind of a big deal. Well, not kind of. When you play The Last of Us and you find out like Ellie is into women and not men, that's a big deal at a certain point because it's like, whoa, what do you like? You're immune, you know, and it kind of creates that like, okay, this, what does that mean, right? What does that mean for the future of the human species? If we need more immune people. I don't know, and that's, but then they're gonna extract a cure, and Joel gets in the way of all that. So it was kind of meant to be a big like it's a major plot point. You know what I'm saying? Like it played a role where it's like her being in love with a woman and not a man, where the implication is like this could have potentially big implications for the future of humanity here. They made it matter in a way that I'm like, okay, yeah, like it is relevant and that's cool. It feels like it kind of it mixes things up with the bigger picture story here. Potentially, depending on whether or not they can actually make a vaccine or whatever. To whereas when I feel like with Aloy, that to me is just like, oh, okay, like it. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm just gonna be brutally honest, and it is what it is. I am who I am. I just feel like what Gorilla did with Aloy is like, we're progressive too. Yep, we sure are. We also have a pride flag on our profile, and I'm like, okay, because it's like I don't like the thing. Like I don't have a problem with any of that, but it's just like, God, man, it feels so cringe that it's like, of course, Gorilla. Like, of course, nobody asked for this. Nobody cared. Everybody was totally cool with the idea of Aloy just being a chill protagonist that's not like, this isn't about romance and wooing people and relationships. It's just about her fighting the damn machines and saving the goddamn planet. You know what I mean? And saving humanity. And I'm not trying to make it a bigger deal than it really is, but it is why when people watch the Intergalactic trailer, there's literally no insinuation. I mean, other than the fact that I guess she shaves her head, but take that for what you will. But it's not explicitly stated like, and she's a lesbian in space. But that's what people have already come to that conclusion, and it's because why would you think otherwise? Why would you think otherwise? And, to that I say, well, you probably shouldn't let it upset you that much, because for everything I just had to say, it's like, it doesn't mean Horizon's any less of a great game, Like to me, it's just kind of a like, whatever, man. Like it's like, I see what you're doing, Gorilla, but I don't really care. Like, just please make Horizon 3 not come out in 2033. Thank you. It doesn't make the Horizon games any less amazing, in my opinion. Same thing with The Last of Us and, the gameplay experience there. And And that's why when it comes to like Intergalactic, yeah, like I get why some people are not as excited for it, and I get why people are like, "Oh, I don't know about this," or like maybe eye rolling, and I'm like, "Well, yeah, you might be right. You might be. I got to embrace my girly side." Yeah, no, but I'm just like, listen, man, I don't care what. Like here's what I care. Like, please just make a good character. More importantly, make a good gameplay experience with a cool story. Like that's what matters. And I just don't want to see that thing that has unfortunately happened in some instances in other media and in games where it's like, it feels like the potential of a story, the potential of the direction of characters and what could end up happening gets a little bit derailed by like weird stuff that just start where it's like we're just going to put this and that in there too. It's like what why? And it's like you can't why. Like why. Kratos going to end up like Bruce Jenner at this rate. Well, that's why I'm saying I think some people take it a little too far, where I saw a picture that was circulating on the internet, and the caption is what made it funny, in my opinion, is they were like, there's a non-zero chance. That's what the caption said. It said there's a non-zero chance. And it was, I think, the original Kratos from the older games. And he had like long purple hair and makeup on. And it showed I guess like a big photo that Sony Santa Monica took where they were all wearing like pride flag shirts or whatever, or the Sony Santa Monica like pride logo. And to me, that shit's just funny. It's like there's a non-zero chance. And I'm like, maybe. But I think stuff like it's taking it a little bit too far because it's like, guys, come on. Like they're not going to make Kratos a woman. Wait, you're saying MBG, we're getting mad. Why are you getting mad? MBG, if you listen to the opinions on any game, you will see negativity. So just avoid it altogether and form your own opinion. No, I am. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, dude, I'll tell you how I feel about Intergalactic. I'm not excited about that protagonist because I have a feeling that protagonist is going to be annoying. That's what I think. Like, yes, I do think Neil Druckmann is pretty pretentious secretly. He's not as, I mean, maybe some people see it openly, but I don't even know if pretentious is the right word. I just think Neil Druckmann likes to get under people's skin with certain things. That is obvious about him. I don't know if people know that, like, that should be obvious. Not saying that makes him a bad person. I mean, dude, I'm just saying it's like, yeah, people are just like that. They like to just, they like to poke. Like, oh, does that annoy you? I'm going to do it. I'm going to make sure I'm going to make sure it annoys you even more. And I get it. Like, people are like that all the time. So it's not like it's anything surprising or new. But like, in my opinion, it's like, it's okay if I don't like this character. Like, hopefully it's a great character. And I'm like, I totally misjudged this character. This character's awesome. Jordan Munn's a great character and one of my favorites. It's totally fine if she's not. It's totally fine if she's a character that I don't relate to and I find kind of annoying, as long as the game is good. You know what I mean? Like, as long as the game's good, the wider story is interesting and means something, I'm interested in the story or the message it's trying to tell, the gameplay is awesome, that's what matters. But yeah, when I look at Intergalactic, what they've shown me so far, I'm like, there's nothing about this character that's even remotely compelling to me. This character is not getting me excited. The setting is getting me excited. The little snippet of gameplay you showed at the end, that's getting me excited. But her sitting there, sipping on a soda with this bad attitude look, like I'm a bad bitch look, it's like, okay. Like, that, cool, that's fine. It's not doing nothing for me. But, that's not, my assumption is that snippet is not going to be indicative of the wider here, like, complete package that is the game. I would hope not. Michael, you're saying, can you read my previous chat? Let me see here, Michael. Said, MBG is if McDonald's was coming out with a new burger and keeping it a secret, Christopher Judge basically let it slip with the equivalent of there will be bread. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, Michael. Was that your last message, by the way? That's the one that's showing me. There's one after that. Oh, hold on. I'm like, that's really random, Michael. That's really random. Let me see. So the only other message I see from you, Michael, is it says, I'm not really too interested in either of those games. If there was a chat that you made between that and your $2 super chat, YouTube did not. It's not even telling me it's held for review, so there's nothing there. I don't mind playing as a woman in a game. No, I don't. I have nothing against playing as women in games. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I just naturally tend to gravitate towards, like, it's like I said, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend, I'm just going to be honest. It's like, if the protagonist they showed for Intergalactic was like some badass looking dude, with a fucking like eye patch. Well, at that point, they're just showing me Snake. But, just some like, really tough guy or something. It's like, there's a chance I might not like that character either. Just because it's a dude doesn't mean it'll be a better character. But there is just that like natural, like, I as a male feel like I just relate more to playing as characters that are, like main protagonists that are male. It's just the way. It doesn't mean I can't enjoy playing as protagonists that are female. I absolutely can. And there are times where I can relate to, certain aspects of female protagonists depending on what the experience is. Like there were many times I felt like I could relate to Ellie, when I was playing The Last of Us Part 2, although there were many times where I'm like, you're out of your damn mind. But there were times where I felt like I absolutely could relate to her as a character on a human level, where it's like, doesn't really matter that you're female or that you're a lesbian female. That's not relevant right now. What's relevant is that there's a human experience here. But there are many other aspects of it where it's like, yes, in all the things that make Ellie the character she is, there are also many things that I can't relate to, that I don't relate to. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's good when you have that variety of like experiences where you shouldn't, it would be boring if every single character that I played as in every single game is like, I relate 100%. It would feel, no, I couldn't relate to Abby at all. No, this is going to sound blasphemous, but no, there were certain aspects to Abby where I'm like, yeah, I can relate to that too a little bit. But most of Abby's character, though, I'm like, God, you are insufferable. Like, I can't deal with you. I hate you. I have to admit, if there's one thing Neil Druckmann did achieve for me, was he wrote a character in such a way that I'm like, I don't know what I hate more, this character or the fact you wrote this character this way. I don't know what I hate more. Impressive. Very impressive. But yeah, I guess that was the point of Abby, to bring out my hatred. Neil Druckmann sitting there like, good, let your hatred flow. See what I'm saying, though? See what I'm saying? Char91, you're saying we've all played women in games, Lara Croft, Eve from Stellar Blade, Samus, etc. But all the new games have had mainly female leads going forward. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think here. I don't know that that's fully true, Chartard. Like, Chartard, I think your mentality might still be a little bit caught in like maybe 2023 or something. Only because I feel like if you look like right now, dude, like right now, the game Sony's releasing this year, it's like you got some pretty damn masculine games, man. Like I'm gonna be just straight up. Like you got, I mean, look at how masculine Marathon is. I'm kidding. I'm not counting Marathon. But like Saros, you got, I mean, you got this badass dude, soldier guy with a big ass beard, some nice hair. And he's coming out here, you know, messing everything up. The gameplay, you know, the gameplay speaks for itself. But I'm saying, like, he's a male character. And my understanding, Char's gonna have so many people are gonna have a meltdown when they find out. Like, I don't know if you know this. So if you have been paying attention to the marketing of Saros, it's clear that one of the things he is, there's something going on where like something went wrong in a relationship of his, like an intimate relationship. And there's actually the beginning of that game where it shows, not the beginning of the game, but the last gameplay trailer, it shows like a hotel corridor or something. And like there's a hotel room, and then it kind of shows like a zoomed in like two people laying on a bed, and it's like shows the bottom of their legs and feet. And the implication is that like one of those characters was him. I'm like, wait until you find out that it's another dude he's with. Guys ain't ready. All right. It's good. I'm telling you. I'm not going to lie. I would laugh my ass off, dude. That would be, I hope they do that because it would be so funny. At that point, it's so funny where it's like, okay, see what you're doing here. Groovin007 says the problem is not that there's female lead characters. The problem with Sony is they push lesbian, uninteresting female protagonists. Yeah, well, dude, you're not wrong about that, but unfortunately, that's a byproduct of something that kind of took hold between the year 2020 and 2023, seemingly, from what I can tell. And it was like a big problem for Disney, where it's like, dude, the message isn't getting through that it's like what you're saying. It's not that these characters are male or female or what, like, it's not that. And in most cases, it's not even that they're lesbian or they're gay. Like, it's not any of that. It's that for some reason you're making these characters like insufferable, uninteresting, and non-relatable on most levels. And it's like, guess what? If you're trying to make people have a bigger problem with certain groups of people by representing them that way, that to me almost seems damaging. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you know, we need more black leads in games. Yeah, maybe we do. Let's make them really annoying and insufferable. It's like, why would you do that? Make them cool and relatable and, you know, and that's why I'm trying to be as nuanced as I can, where it's like, I don't want to make it sound like all of these characters are like one-dimensional and they're not relatable. There are instances where they are, but I just feel like it's kind of what you're saying, where there's just, I guess I'll put it to you this way. There's no way. Slow crawl to reveal 4 hairy feet entangled. That's why I love my chat, man. It gets chaotic. Some people, you guys start fighting sometimes, but oh my God. Yes, do it, Housemark. You won't do it. Some people just don't want to relate to other groups of people for who they are. That's true too, and that's where things get really messy, Kazjam, because the reality is, like, not everybody is, you know, the reality is there's just going to be people walking the planet that you don't really get along with. You know, it doesn't matter what their race is, what their sexual orientation is. None of that matters. It's just, there's going to be people where their personality is not going to, you know what I mean? It's just, it's not going to work. And I do think that sometimes people do kind of get caught up where it's like, you know, it could be that, Aloy could be a guy, right? Aloy could be a male character. In my opinion, wouldn't make that character any less uninteresting and boring, you know? Where to me, Aloy's always just been a vector for you're not supposed to really be the star of the show per se with some really charismatic personality. You're supposed to be the bridge between the player and this idea that like you gotta save this world and everybody in it, you know. Um, and I think sometimes people do kind of confuse that like it's there are just going to be characters that are written that are not you're not gonna like, and that's okay. And they could be lead characters. But I do think that what Grooven was trying to say, and I think I missed a super chat from Chartard. Chartard says, not playing as Brock, lesbian in The Last of Us 2, bro. Chartard, calm down. Calm down. You're getting a little worked up now. You're getting a little worked up. And to be fair, like, I never disliked Aloy. I never disliked it. Aloy was, I was like always indifferent to Aloy, where I'm like, she's a fine character. Like, but she's not she'll never be a character that when I think of like my favorite characters, personality wise, like that would come to the top of my mind, she would not even make the list. And that's good. That goes for a lot of characters, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Um, I just feel like a lot of times when we engage with this stuff, when we engage with media, when we engage with characters and stories and world building, especially for those of us, as you grow with it, as you get older, you can't. It becomes harder in some instances to separate the art from the artist, in a sense that that the artist has an intention. You know what I mean? And that becomes hard to overlook. And just even that awareness can sometimes interfere with like, I just want to go into something blind and I don't want to know anything about it. But it's like even if like for example, it would be really interesting if the second game that Naughty Dog's making, it's not true, but it's like the second game they make, they reveal it, and all is that it's Naughty Dog, and people have this like really positive reaction to it, and they're like, yes, finally. And then because you don't know if Neil Druckmann's involved, people will be like, oh, it's good because Neil's not involved, just to find out that Neil is involved. It's I'll put it to you this way, man. It's like when people who say like The Last of Us 1, I love that game. I love that game. And it's like Neil Druckmann wrote The Last of Us 1. Like he wrote that game. Guess what? The game that you love, Neil Druckmann wrote that. But here's the thing though. If you were to say, well, like, why is it that I seemingly love this game so much? And yeah, he wrote it and was a co-director with it. Why do I seemingly hate so much of what he's doing now or dislike it so much? And Neil Druckmann would tell you himself, because he did go on record saying this. It's because Bruce Straley, the other co-director of The Last of Us, Neil Druckmann said, and I'll pretty much quote him on this. He said, Bruce would filter out my bad ideas. Bruce isn't there anymore. Bruce hasn't been there since like 2016. So, I think it's less that people hate. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into people hate people for all types of reasons, but I just think we might be looking at a simple problem of like every great creative, every talented artist has amazing ideas and awful ideas. And a lot of times what the greatest artists actually need is that right-hand person, their right-hand man, so to speak, to be able to help filter and channel like this is the one, bro, versus that. Don't put that one back on the shelf. Even somebody like Hideo Kojima, like people will tell you, bro, like half the reason the Metal Gear Solid games are as good as they are is, and I forget the name of the person, but there was like a writer, there was like somebody who worked very closely with Kojima that seemingly helped him, kind of filter some of his ideas or help present them in more digestible ways. And a lot of people who, you know, who hate the fact that Kojima gets all the praise, they point out all the time that, like, well, there's this guy, like this guy is hugely responsible. A lot of the stuff you love about Metal Gear, this guy helped. Like he played a pinnacle role. Fukushima, yes, thank you. You got it, Irfan. He played a pinnacle role in helping Kojima kind of get it where it's got to be. And without him, the Metal Gear Solid series probably wouldn't be what it is, And I just think a lot of times what we're seeing here, especially when we talk about PlayStation Studios, is I think there's no denying, and this could probably be true well beyond PlayStation Studios. There's just no denying that they're amazingly talented people with incredible ideas and incredible imaginations, but they're just not necessarily, they don't necessarily have the right support team, where sometimes you do need opposites, right? Sometimes somebody who has all these amazing ideas and maybe a big ego, or it doesn't have to be a big ego, but they're just brimming with creativity. Sometimes you do need the opposite. You need like a brutal producer. You need somebody who's going to shut you down when you need to be shut down for your own good, for the betterment of the end product, or not product, but the end result, right? And sometimes I do wonder if in the case of Naughty Dog, it could just be that, ever since Bruce Straley left, the people who have, been appointed to kind of surround Neil Druckmann, if maybe like there should have been more pushback. There should be more people in that inner circle to be like, I think that's a stupid idea, actually. Or I just straight up think if we do that, there's a better way to do this, I don't know. I'm not like involved at PlayStation Studios, so I can't really say how far it goes, but I will tell you this, and this isn't to slight PlayStation Studios, because I love PlayStation, and I know it's like, how the hell are we bringing up Concord again? But Concord is the thing that disturbed me the most about Concord was the revelation that from a high-ranking point of view at PlayStation Studios in the hierarchy, where Herman Holst is at the top, and then there's people below him, and then there's probably people below them, and then there's the studios, and the studio heads and the developers working at studios. What shocked me was to realize that that everybody's surrounded by yes men and women. Where, like, when you really zoom out and you analyze, like, how does this happen? How can this be possible? There's only one way. It's that from all the way to the top to the very bottom, and every single position and person in between, it's all just, yes, great idea. That's wonderful. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love that. To where, like, that necessary kind of brutal honesty of, like, that's bad. I will even say possibly garbage. You need to take that back and fix it right now. Or you need to change this. You need to rework that. that idea you had, I know you thought you were cooking, throw it out, start over. You need to for your own good. I feel like it was kind of this realization that was just completely missing. And that is fascinating to me because it makes me question, like, yeah, once you're salaried, it's the only way to move up. That's a good point, Michael. That's a really good point. And yeah, that's why I hope that ever since the Concord fiasco and some leadership shuffling, that there's kind of more of a realization, like we need that. It's like, and I'm sorry, I know, listen, guys, please bear with me. I'm not trying to, like, I don't want you to leave the stream. I'm not going to go on and on about it. But it's why, like, it's hard for me not to feel unsettled at the recent reveal of Horizon Hunters Gathering, because it's like, it's literally a level of concern where it's like, guys, how do you not know? Like, I'm concerned for this studio and the leadership, where it's like, how do you not know? Because the only way you could not know is it's either you do know and you don't care. I can respect that, but it's dangerous. If it's, oh, we know, we just don't care, this is what we want to do, then that's fine. It's either that, or we actually don't know because we're in a bubble. And that scares me, because it's like, no, how could it be? Grooven, you're saying Concord was literally made for the alphabet community. I mean, that's chill, Grooven, chill. I still have nightmares about a yellow trash can with a gun. It wasn't even a gun. It was like a vacuum that has pronouns. Like, that's what I mean, man, where it's like, you guys have made a really smooth running, smooth playing Unreal Engine 5 game. Don't do it, man. Like, don't ruin it like this, man. Don't do it. And they're like, I'm gonna do it. Respect. In a way, I have to be honest, like, there's almost a part of me that's like, I think I might almost respect it. Where they're like, oh yeah, this is so stupid, we're gonna do it anyway. I'm like, oh, it's okay. There's something to be said about that, I suppose. Josh Z with a $10 chat says, people perceive media using far too much top-down processing. This is a psychological term in which past experiences inform processing of information and perception. The internet has made this toxic. Damn, Josh, I'm trying to really figure out what you're saying here, because it sounds like too smart for me. People perceive media using far too much top-down processing. This is a psychological term in which past experiences inform processing of information and perception. Okay. So I guess basically what you're saying here, Josh, is that the internet bases anything new that it might come across almost purely off of, but this happened before, so that's what this is now, And Johnny Gaming, I'm sorry, man. Wait, Johnny, you're saying I missed your super? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. My bad. I don't know what's been going on with this YouTube studio these days, man, but I've been missing too many super chats. I apologize for that. Johnny Gaming says, Ellie and Aloy are the only PlayStation Studios lesbian characters. What are these lesbians people talking about? And Ellie was an interesting character. I agree. I liked Ellie as a character. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask AI. How many? This is a crazy thing to type into Google, man. But oh, hold on. I think this is counting every PlayStation. Oh, this is counting every character in the history of PlayStation, not like PlayStation characters. Oh, geez. Okay, hold on. All right. Well, I don't know. I guess I'd have to look it over. Well, I mean, look, I do think it's such a you real like every time we're having conversations like this, we're on the razor's edge because the reality is, and it's sad. It is a sad reality, and it's why there's so much fighting and so much animosity and tension. The sad reality is, yeah, there are homophobic people. I mean, shocker, right? It's not. I don't think it's difficult to see that on display in some instances. There are homophobic people. There are racist people. They're, and unfortunately, like there are people now today more than ever that it's like they actually don't hide it; they wear it with pride. I, ironically, right? Um, and there's been a kind of counter to that, and the counter is almost like it's the extreme opposite end, and that's what makes having these conversations. No fucking way. You gotta be trolling. You have to be trolling. No. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I'm gonna ban you if you're trolling. Oh, boys, buckle up. Oh, buckle up. Oh, buckle up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. 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 I don't know how dramatic this is coming off to you guys, but I'm like, this can't be dude. So hold on. Forget everything we were just talking about. We have breaking news. Bluepoint Games is getting closed down per Bloomberg. Jason Schreier says breaking. PlayStation is shutting down Bluepoint Games, the studio responsible for modern remakes and classic games such as Demon's Souls and Shadow of the Colossus. This is what Bloomberg has learned. A shocking end for a well-respected studio.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Dude, come on, this Jason, Mr. Schreier, you gotta be trolling. Like, I can't believe it. Like, dude, somebody typed in the comments, nightmare, 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 nightmare. I'm like, yes. Yeah, what? I'm sorry, I gotta tweet. I gotta put this out here. Tweet hard, my bro. According to Jason Schreier of the outlet, the project Bluepoint had in the works all this time was a live service God of War game. Well, we did know that. Like, we knew that they were working on a God of War live service, which we learned about that cancellation like a year ago, practically. And I lost it. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And we were talking about the possibility of Sony Bend and Bluepoint getting shut down. But I was like, nah, man, they can't go out like that. Like, this isn't really their fault. Like, Jim Ryan pushed for live service. These studios pushed, or pitched live service games. even though it made no sense, probably because they were like, well, that's what we got to do. And then, when somebody wakes up and is like, maybe a God of War live service game is, I don't know, a fucking stupid, idea. They're closing Bandillo. Now you're trolling. Hold on. Don't do that. Don't troll me like that, man. I'll tell you what, like, now I'm going to think it's like, yeah, now they are going to close down Bend. This dude, oh my God, I can feel like a massive crash out brewing. I can feel a massive crash out brewing, man, because it's like, ain't no fucking way, bro. Like, there ain't no way. There ain't no way Naughty Dog's allowed to sit here and do jack fucking all for the entire fucking gen. And what's the consequence for them? This is the consequence. Oh, what's that? You spent 4 fucking years on a live service Last of Us Factions game, and now you just decide at the last minute, well, we don't want to be a live service studio. We just spent 4 years fucking pissing away $100 million just to decide we don't want to be a live service fucking studio. Oh, that's okay. You know what? That's cool. We're just going to shut down Bluepoint now. You know why? Because fuck you, Bluepoint. That's why. Oh, your God of War live service game wasn't coming together. That's a shame. Would be a real shame if somebody shut your damn studio down. Like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me, dude. This is some Xbox 2017, 2018 level crash out I'm experiencing right now. Like, what the fuck, man? Don't do it, MBG. You get constipated when you're mad. My blood pressure goes up when I get constipated. See what you do to me, Sony? Let me drink some more coffee. That'll help. That'll help. Oh my God. Like, what? How? I just, dude, Sony. I just don't get it. I don't get it, man. Like, I'm sorry, but like, they need to explain this one. Like, they really need to explain. Like, I need to hear that something went horribly. I need to hear that the studio is like in shambles and to an unrecoverable degree. And I need to them. Sony is working closely with Bend and Bluepoint to determine what are the next projects and plan to do everything we can to ensure there is minimal business impact. This is what was told to Bloomberg. Was that from the newest report? MBG, there's a reason I've not played PlayStation first party since Ragnarok. Oh, man. Okay, listen. The only there's only one thing I can fathom right now. And even this doesn't make any sense. The only thing I can I got to change my title. I'm going to have to fucking I don't know what I'm going to do. Not like this, man. Not like this. Watch a beaver eat cabbage. Like, I'm like at a loss for words, dude. The only reason I don't want to change the title, fuck, man. I don't know. All right. Zanarkand, you're saying, MBG, this breaking news of Bluepoint Studios, are we sure this is confirmed and coming from a credible source? Could be false rumors. Well, I'm just seeing now that Okami, it says Bluepoint Games is being shut down, confirmed by Sony. Here's the write-up. So, Sony Group is shutting down Bluepoint Games, the PlayStation subsidiary responsible for developing the remakes of video games such as Demon's Souls. Roughly 70 employees will lose their jobs amid the studio closure, a PlayStation spokesperson said, writing in a statement that the decision was made, quote, following a recent business review, end quote. Bluepoint will officially shutter next month. Bluepoint Games is an incredibly talented team, which is why we shut them down. And their technical expertise has delivered exceptional experiences for the PlayStation community, which is why we're shutting them down. Following a recent business review, we thank them for their passion, creativity, and craftsmanship, which is why we're shutting them the fuck down. Founded in 2006, the Austin-based studio was known for developing high-end remakes of older games, such as Uncharted and Shadow of the Colossus for modern platforms. Sony acquired Bluepoint in 2021, shortly after the successful release of Demon's Souls on PS5, and tasked it with co-developing 2022's God of War Ragnarok. Following that game, Bluepoint began working on a live service God of War title, Bloomberg previously reported, but it was canceled in January of 2025. PlayStation said at the time that it was working with Bluepoint to determine the studio's next project. So it's official. It is official. Dude, I am like, oh man, this is going to be, I've told you guys, I'm like, I don't want Sony to start pushing me away, man. And this is a move that's pushing me away. Like full on. Like, bro, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Like, one of the biggest fucking criticisms that PlayStation has gotten throughout this entire fucking generation is too many remakes, too many remasters. But you know who they weren't saying that about? Fucking Bluepoint. Do you know why? Because Bluepoint fucking nailed it. Bluepoint, Demon's Souls. Guess what? Demon's Souls, better than anything Naughty Dog put out this gen so far. You know what the first fucking game was I played? Now, I know Bluepoint didn't make Demon's Souls, but I'm just saying, man, like, their expertise is remakes. Look at what they did with Shadow of the Colossus. Look at what they did with Demon's Souls. Why? Like, why would you not just give them something that PlayStation fans have been begging to be remade for fucking decades at this point? Instead, you're like, actually, what if we just, I don't know, shut them down? And it comes after they were working on a fucking God of War live service game. What retard at Sony was like, you guys should make a live service God of War game. And then in 2 years' time, when it doesn't work, because you should in no fucking universe be making a God of War live service game, we're going to shut you down. How about that? Does that sound good? Like, I'm sorry, bro, but like, what are we doing? This is like, dude, and you know what? Fuck Sony. Fuck them. Like reading this report, a Sony spokesperson following a recent business review. Shove it up your business review. What's your fucking recent business review? Oh, that Jim Ryan said everybody needs to make a live service game, and the studio that you made work on God of War Ragnarok for 2 years, and then said now you should do a live service God of War game? That's bad for business? Holy shit. If I had dude, I will never forget when Bluepoint Games was acquired, I was cheering it on. I said, this is perfect. This is amazing. Sony should be the one to own Bluepoint. I take all of that back. Fuck them. Fuck Bungie. Bungie exists right now. Bungie exists. They were allowed to fucking say, hey, we finessed you for $3.6 billion and we will produce jack shit. We will lose you money. We will watch Destiny fucking burn slowly to the ground. And Marathon is going to be a fucking disappointment that we're going to have to fight tooth and nail to just make people even remotely interested in it. But is that worth your $3.6 billion, Sony? No, it's not. You should have shut those fuckers down. You should have said, you know what, Bungie? You fucking lied. You cooked the books. Go fuck yourself. That's what you should have done. And you know what you should have done? You should have looked at Bluepoint and said, hey, guys, stop working on that stupid-ass God of War live service game and fucking remake Bloodborne. That's what they should have done. Fuck Herman Holst. Fuck. I'm pissed. I'm pissed, bro. Who do they think they... Who... Fucking Concord got more of a chance than Bluepoint did, man. Meanwhile, Guerrilla's allowed to be out here like, you guys excited for fucking Horizon Hunter Gathering? Fuck, man. Dude, I'm about to punch the wall right now. I'm getting like more angry as time's passing because it's like, no. Like, no. Like, Sony, no, not like this. You can't be going out like this. How can, like, dude, you could be the bluest PlayStation fanboy in the world. You gotta let Sony, you can't be okay with this. There's just no way we could be okay with this, man. I'm making it, you know what? I'm not just going to talk no more. That's it. You know what, Sony? That's it. I've had enough. You're going to pay now. Yo, motherfucker's going to pay for this. Because of this news, I'm fucking serious, man. Like, I am serious. I gotta do something. Like, I can't just let this pass, man. Because this is like, I have watched Sony shut down London Studio. I've watched them shut down Pixel Opus. I've watched them shut down Sony Japan. And every fucking time I'm like, whatever, man. Sure, you have your reasons. But this is like, oh. Now you shut down Bluepoint. After you bought them a couple fucking years ago. What did they do to deserve that? Like, I understand why you had to shut down Firewalk. I get that. What did Bluepoint do to deserve to be shut down? And I feel pissed because I feel like they didn't get a chance. They were there at the launch of the fucking PS5 with one of the best games that moved PS5 units. One of the only games that you could say is a PS5 true exclusive. One of the best remakes ever made. And they're the ones you shut down? Dude, I don't know. I'm going to be sitting and I'm going to be thinking. I'm going to read the super chats. I am excommunicadoing a PlayStation studio. I don't know which one yet, but I'm going to have to determine which studio is getting the most unfair preferential treatment. And in the name of Bluepoint, I'm done. I'm not supporting that studio anymore. Because fuck that, dude. Like, motherfucking Fair Games is still here, man. Oh, Fair Games is still here. Motherfucking Fair Games is still here. Haven exists. Oh, man. My blood pressure right now, man. Bungie exists. Haven exists. Team LFG. Bluepoint. What? Dude, who did this? Who did this? Who hurt me? Bro, I know this was Herman. Herman, I know this was you. I know it was you. I know it was Herman. He's come across my streams. He knows. He's like, oh yeah, I see your streams, MBG. I saw what y'all thought of my last showcase. You know what this is? This is punishment because I didn't accept Horizon Hunter's Gathering. This is punishment from Herman because I rejected it. Fishy saying I gotta say MBG PC's looking kind of good right now after this bullshit. It is. I hate PC. I fucking hate PC gaming. But dude, I want to give Sony the biggest fuck you right now. I do. Like, because it's not fair, man. Like, look, I don't work at Bluepoint. I don't know anybody that works there. I don't have like a stake in the studio, but it's just like I've been following PlayStation closer than 99.99% of people walking the planet. Okay? And when I tell you, like, this is one of the last studios that deserve to get shut down. Like, there was a problem with London getting shut down where it's like, you shut them down because you made them make a live service game again. You gave them the rope to hang themselves, and then when they do, you're like, oh, what a shame. It's mismanagement at a criminal level, dude. I got an idea. Hey, London studio, why don't you make, I don't know, a Getaway reboot? Maybe? Can we do that? iMan93 says, blatantly the cost of their moronic live service ambitions. Herman Hulst must be fired. He is willing to sacrifice single-player games to force their live service upon us. Armani says, how strong do you... Armani, you gotta be trolling. Armani says, how strong do you think the Thing is in First Steps? He's strong, but he's not like Hulk is stronger. Armani, I don't know, man. Why are you doing this to me right now? Maybe, I don't know. Hulk stronger? Titus Gross says, Last of Us Live, gone. Now Bluepoint gone. It's a travesty. Oh, I gotta calm down. My blood pressure is getting high to a point where I'm getting a headache. So I need... this is the passion that I'm talking about, man, where it's like, I don't know, man, like, in all seriousness, like, Demon Souls remake and Shadow of the Colossus remake, for that matter, means something to me. Like, I know that Bluepoint didn't make those games, but if it wasn't for those remakes, I may not have played them. You know, Bluepoint acted as the vector to which people like me and millions of others potentially are like, you know what? Yes, I missed out the first time. Let me play this one. And for the fans of those games, another chance to experience the greatness that is those experiences. And I just can't get over the fact that, like, we're going to get more remakes from Sony. We're going to get more remakes for the, going into the PS5 gen, the rest of it going into the PS6 gen, and the singular studio that was their expertise. Whatever you give them to remake, they will probably produce the best results. They're just shut down. Yeah, and that's the thing, Irfan. I feel like the other day I was speculating that I think Bluepoint Games is the one remaking the original God of War games. And it's like, no, MBG, they're getting shut down. They're not remaking anything. Exactly. There you go. Sony said money from the fucking PC ports will make sure stuff like this doesn't happen. Fuck you, Sony. Fuck you. You greedy fucking dicks. Bullshit. You're right. You're right, dude. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, I could accept Firewalk. Because it's like, yeah, you guys really fucked up. Pixel Opus, that one was harder. That one wasn't really necessarily justified, but it was like, yeah, you guys made Concrete Genie and it didn't hit, you know? And it was sad to see them go. And then you see London Studio, and London Studio was fucking annoying because that was Sony's oldest studio, and they're just like, yeah, they were making some garbage live service game, and we didn't like it, so. And you know what? I'm at a point like, you know what? Why don't you cancel that Horizon live service game and let London put something new out? Even if it is a shit live service. I'm at that point where it's like, let them put something new out. God, fucking, yeah, Haven exists. Bungie exists. You know what? Fuck Marathon. You know what, Sony? This is my fuck you to you. I was going to try Marathon, and I was actually starting to feel something for it. Fuck that game. Fuck Bungie. And fuck you spending $3.6 billion on it just to shut down Bluepoint. And also, fuck you porting games to PC, making it sound like this is going to prevent shit like this from happening. No. Fuck, I'm done. Like, dude, I'm done. I've been down this road. with Microsoft, and I'm pissed because it's like, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. I'm not playing Marathon. I'm not even giving that game a chance. And you know what? I'll take it further. Fuck Haven. Fuck Fair Games. Not trying that game. And Horizon Hunter's Gathering, you can shove that up your ass too, Herman. I'm done. I'm done. You know what? Ooh, Sony. I'm waiting. Give me the reason. Shut down Bend next. So I will go to PC, bro. Do it. Fucking do it. Because what's pissing me off is the realization that, oh my God, you are this stupid. You are this stupid. You are. It's like, I thought you learned. I thought we were past this, man. I thought we were past this. Where it's like, you didn't learn anything. I'm going to fucking... You know what? Even better. Sony. Oh, man. I am pissed. I'm so... I mean, there's a lot of reasons I'm pissed, but, like, I am blindsided by this one. Do you know why I'm blindsided by? I'm going to tell you why I'm blindsided. I'm blindsided because last January, I was ready for this. And I was ready to crash out, just like this. I was so upset, just like everybody else, when it's like, you guys were working on a God of War live service for 2 years, and now it's canceled? And we were sitting there and be like, oh, man, oh, no, this is bad news. This is bad news. Will, you're saying you like this move? Sony is smart? What do you... Come on, Will, you got to be trolling. But, like, I was prepared for this to happen because I'm like, okay, well, if Sony's going to shut them down, they're going to do it now. Like, they're going to do it after canceling their live service. And I still would have crashed out just as hard. But then they were like, no, we're going to, like, do everything we can to not do that. And I'm like, thank God. I'm like, that's the only saving grace here. I'm like, good. Get back on the right track. Come on. Like, Bluepoint, get them on a remake. Get them on Bloodborne. Something, you know? Anything. And no, it's like a year later, they're like, now we're going to shut them down. They wasted billions on live service slop. Zenarkan, you're saying MBG, Bluepoint Games, the developers should make their own independent studio after this. Also, Ember Labs, say no to Sony on any purchasing talks. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, good luck courting any good studios to be purchased, Sony. It's over. Like, acquisitions are over for Sony because it's like, it's one thing if you do what you did with Firewalk, where that's going to scare the shit out of developers. But I think people are like, okay, we kind of get it. But then you see something like Bluepoint, it's like, what did they do? They produced a great launch exclusive for you this gen, and like weren't even given another chance. We need more details. Did all of the senior devs retire? Did they hire them all at their other studio? Did Matt? I mean, unless there's if there's more to the story, then I'll take it as it comes. But I think Sony just said it. They're like, it's a business overview. In other words, they're losing us money. And I'm like, I know for a fact there are other studios losing you money right now. And you determined that Sony basically determined that Bluepoint was the weakest link, and that pisses me off. That is Herman's decision. That pisses me the fuck off because it's like, are you kidding me? Like, dude, I'm being like dead serious. Like, look me in the face, Herman. Show me. Show me what Team LFG is making right now. Oh, I'm dying to know. Show me Fair Games right now. I'm dying to know. Because I promise you, neither of those games are better than what Bluepoint would produce if you just gave them a fucking beloved title to remake. I promise you. I promise you. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's Sony's loss, man. It's like, you want to make dumbass decisions, go right ahead. But you know what? It's shit like this that does. I've been telling you guys, there's so much about PlayStation I've enjoyed. There's so much I've loved. There's a lot of things they've done right. But it's like, they keep making these fucking decisions where it's like, you're going backwards. You are literally taking steps backwards. I've watched this happen before, and every time they've made those really stupid decisions, I always think to myself, okay, well, it's a learning, like, they'll learn from that. They'll know what not to do now. And then they do something, like they do it again. And I'm like, I've been down this road before. What are we doing? But it's like, you know what? This is the fucking wake up call. I'm sorry, but this is the wake up call. Herman's got to go. He's got to fucking go, dude. This is like a Phil Spencer moment where it's like, there's no way I'm giving a person that's in charge of this many studios, this much talented, this many talented developers, this much valuable IP, and this much resource. There's no way I'm giving any more benefit of the doubt. Speaking of which, Herman put out a statement. Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. Herman. Irfan, thank you for that. Herman, I'm dying to know. There better be something good in here. I haven't read it yet, but there better be something in here that makes me walk away being like, you know what, actually? I'm going to buy a Series S now. Tempt me, Sony. Do it. All right. Is this legit, though? Oh, this is an email to employees. Herman Holst says, let me try to do my impression. Hello, everyone. I wanted to share an important update for the studio business. As I mentioned in the December town hall, 2025 had some strong highlights within PlayStation Studios. Ghost of Yotei launched to critical and commercial success. Death Stranding 2 on the Beach further showcased our commitment to narrative excellence. And Helldivers 2 and MLB The Show continue to drive on ongoing player engagement and revenue. At the same time, we're operating in an increasingly challenging industry environment. Rising development costs, slowed industry growth, changing player behavior, and broader economic headwinds are making it harder build games sustainably. To navigate this reality, we need to continue adapting and evolving. We've taken a close look at our business to ensure we're delivering today while still well positioned for the future. As a result, we will be closing Bluepoint Games in March. This decision was not made lightly. Bluepoint is an incredibly talented team, and their technical expertise has delivered exceptional experience for the PlayStation community. I want to thank everyone at Bluepoint for their creativity, craftsmanship, and commitment to quality. Where possible, we will work to find opportunities for some impacted employees. With our global network of studios, while I know this is hard news to hear, I'm confident in the direction we're headed. Creativity, innovation, and building unforgettable experiences for players remains at the heart of PlayStation Studios. We have a robust roadmap for fiscal year 26 with much to look forward to in the months ahead. Thank you for your hard work and continued support. Oh, man. I thought for a second, I thought you said he's such a toaster. Titus, I read that wrong. Oh, man. Thank you, Zanarkand. Thank you. I got the statement, bro. Yo, Zanarkand's got you, Irfan. Zanarkand's got you. That's very kind of you, Zanarkand. Because you know Irfan isn't able to super chat. I don't know, man. I was so focused on trying to sound like Herman Holst, I didn't even like fully process. Like, listen. I understand why these emails are written in this way. It like, this goes through PR like 10 times, where they're like, listen, we want to start out strong. We want to make it. We don't want to show weakness. Talk about Ghost of Yote. Talk about Death Stranding 2. Talk about your commitment to narrative excellence, and then highlight Helldivers 2 and MLB The Show as your successful live service for ongoing revenue. I'm sorry, is Helldivers 2 and MLB The Show not making enough money to keep Bluepoint alive? If things are Sony, if you're making all this money, why did this studio have to die? They weren't even a big studio, man. They were like 70 people. I mean, don't get me wrong, like that's getting close to AAA, but I mean, come on, man. Like you're talking about, again, look at how big Bungie is. But this is where the bullshit comes in. At the same time, we're operating in an increasingly challenging industry environment. Like, I think what pisses me off is like, I know the stuff you're saying is true, but like none of this really justifies killing Bluepoint. Like, what does the fucking economy and the changing environment have to do with killing Bluepoint? Rising development costs? Don't give me that bullshit. Yeah, rising development costs because your friends at Naughty Dog doing nothing. Intergalactic fucking, now they're crunching their asses off because they realized they didn't fucking produce jack shit this gen. How big of a write-off was Factions 2? Development costs. Slowed industry growth. Again, what does that have to... Like, let me ask you something. If you gave Bluepoint Bloodborne to remake, is that going to help grow PlayStation and for the betterment? Is it going to make you money or is it going to lose you money? Like, I know I'm just playing armchair analyst right now, but it's like, what are you talking about? And here's the best one. Here's the best one. And this is the most disturbing part. And Janarkand, Titus Crow says, he's such a tosser. Everyone's thoughts on what does that even mean? Everyone's thoughts on Herman Hulse right now. The worst part is when he says in the email, changing player behavior and broader economic headwinds to make it harder to build games sustainably. Like, dude, this is the big... Bluepoint is the scapegoat right now, and it's depressing the hell out of me. And listen, as mad as I am at Herman, I understand. But believe it or not, just like I understand for Phil, I get it. You have two options right now. Either turn to your overlords at Sony, you know, Lin Tao, the CFO, Hiroki Totoki, former CFO, now CEO, and say, no, I'm not making these cuts. We're not doing anything wrong. We're making money. We're doing good. It might not be the exponential growth that the fucking shareholders need to see, but no, we're not making these cuts. We're not killing Bluepoint. If Herman does that, you're out. Or we'll get somebody who will do it. And that's the problem, is this is in the same way that I would crush Microsoft. I would look at them and I'd say, you're a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. You're making more bank than ever. Why are you shutting studios down? And using the excuse that, the challenging economic headwinds. Like, no, man. Like, you're greed. It's fucking pure, unfiltered, disgusting greed is what it is. Where enough on top of enough is still never enough. Growth. The CEO of Sony, Hiroki Totoki, was quoted with saying, I'm obsessed with growth. And I guess Bluepoint Games, they're just not, sorry, you guys won't facilitate the type of growth we want. You know why? Because players' behaviors are changing. What does that even mean in the context of Bluepoint? I'm like serious. Like what? So my translation to this is we're keeping fair games alive because it's a live service, and those are the most popular games, and that has a higher chance of making us more money in the long term than giving, a game like Legend of Dragoon to Bluepoint to remake. And to that I say, keep going, because I and so many others will be fucking gone. And when we're gone, oh boy, you're going to miss us. You're going to miss us. And that's the truth, man. They are going to miss us, because this is a prime example of like you're trading something that could be great for something that I fucking promise you is going to be mediocre slop. Do you think my reaction would be this right now if we heard Haven Studio got shut down? I would still feel for the devs, and I'd say that's a damn shame. This should have never happened. But my reaction would not be like this, because I would sit here and I'd tell you, you know what? Chances are their game was probably mediocre slop. Yeah. Would I be saying this right now if it was like Bungie? No. You know why? Because I'd say Bungie had so many opportunities to be great, and their management failed at a level that is reprehensible. So it would be hard. I just need to know. This is why I'm saying, like, I hope we get more details, man. Because, listen, the only thing that can make me even remotely chill on this is if it's like, yeah, like the 3 or 4 heads of Bluepoint all left, and like literally nobody knew what to do, and they like didn't know what they literally couldn't do anything. But even then, it's like, no, I don't want to hear this. Like, Sony, you have shepherded some of the best studios. Sony is literally known for acquiring studios that they've worked closely with and empowering them and helping build them to become even better than they were. And that's exactly what they were supposed to do for Bluepoint. That's what they were supposed to do for Bluepoint. And instead, they said, you're going to be a support studio for 2 years, then we're going to greenlight. And Sony's very guilty right now. Okay, I'm going to tell you, Herman is extremely guilty. The reason they're so guilty, the reason he's so guilty, is because only one person can greenlight a live service God of War game. Only one person can turn to that studio and say, no, that's a bad idea. You guys need to think of something else. And that's Herman. And that, to me, is the crux of all of this, is that I can't blame Bluepoint. Look, is there a failure on Bluepoint's level, where it's like, you guys probably should have been smart enough to know you shouldn't try to pitch a live service God of War game. Yes. But from their perspective, they're coming off of 2 years of work of God of War Ragnarok as a support studio. They're familiar with the engine. They're familiar with everything relating to God of War. They see that Jim Ryan is salivating, practically gooning to fucking, the idea of live service games, especially using their big IP. From Bluepoint's perspective, they probably felt pressure where, like, would it be better to try to pitch a live service game with one of their biggest IPs, or, that we have experience working on now, or should we pitch another remake? And they probably felt pressured. That's where you see the failed leadership from Herman Hulst, where Herman should, because I'll tell you what, if I was the head of PlayStation Studios, I would have said, guys, your heart's in the right place. Absolutely not. And I would have suggested to them, look over classic PlayStation games that fans have been asking to be remade, run them by your studio, and see which one gets you most excited, and let's start working on that. That's what I would have said as the head of PlayStation. That's what I would, straight up, I would have said, maybe Bloodborne, guys. Just putting that, I'm floating it out there. Bloodborne. Okay? Bluepoint, see what you did with Demon Souls, just floating Bloodborne out there. No, instead, Herman's like, yeah, God of War live service. What could go wrong? This could be the biggest money. This could be our biggest live service game ever made. Like, man, I'm somebody who's put a lot of time in live service games. And I've always talked about how I'm not like fully against them, and I've enjoyed live service, but now I am really starting to think that live service games may actually genuinely be the cancer of the industry. I mean, like, I'm really starting to think that, not just because of Bluepoint, but because of just how it's just getting worse and worse and worse, where it's like the future that we're beginning to see is every single fucking game you get is going to in some way, shape, or form be a live service with a fucking battle pass. Where, yes, they're going to tell you, we expect you to come back 3 years from now. Man, you're saying it's all about showing shareholders 0.01% of growth. You're right. No, you are right. Because it's like anything we can do to avoid posting any kind of loss. And I'm like, bullshit. That's the bullshit I am sick of. That's the shit that disgusts me. Because it's like, you're a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. You'll be just fine. Do the right thing and reap better results in the long run. They do this, and they do short-term bullshit like this exactly to avoid that, because they don't want to show just the littlest loss to their shareholders, because then everybody's going to, it's because of the volatility. I will admit, it is because of the volatility of the market, where these shareholders, they all fucking panic. It's like, chill the fuck out. All right? Trust the goddamn process, like, please, because you're making it, you're making it harder for everybody. Falcon Claw, you're saying, thank you, MBG, for expressing how I'm feeling right now. I am pissed. I know a lot of you guys are, because, dude, we were supposed to be sitting here thinking, hey, maybe not this year, but who knows? Maybe we get an early announcement from Bluepoint. Maybe to kind of make up for lost time, they're going to give us an early announcement, and we're going to get excited because it's like, maybe it's going to be I almost said Bloodborne. If not Bloodborne, people have been asking for something like Legend of Dragoon, and I'm sure that there's so many other games. An Uncharted 1 remake, for fuck's sake. It's just like you could think of any game, and it's like, give it to them, man. And this is why I'm saying, like, the only thing that would calm me down is there would have to, I want to, listen. And this makes me sad. Like, this is actually genuinely sad. Life is sad, okay? Hold on. Give me 1 second. This is really sad to me, but I feel like it's got to be, I have to talk about this, okay? And a lot of you guys might not know this about Bluepoint. And I remember when I learned about this, I'm like, that's such a damn shame. Like, it really is. And Ray, you're saying, MEG, this is why I say F Fortnite. They did this. This is Fortnite's fault. Listen, Bluepoint Games was founded in 2006 by Andy O'Neill and Marco Thrush, both formerly of Retro Studios. The Austrian-based studio acquired by Sony Interactive Entertainment in 2021 is renowned for developing high-quality remasters and remakes like Shadow of the Colossus and Demon's Souls. Co-founder Andy O'Neill passed away in 2019. And I remember when this was announced, like that, you know, that he passed away, and it seemed like it had a pretty, like, again, this is a co-founder of the studio. I think he passed away from cancer. Yeah, 6 years ago. Bluepoint Games vice president and founder Andy O'Neill has passed away. I'm pretty sure it was cancer. And you know, I feel like I just have to bring this up because I just can't help but wonder, like on a more human level, like how much that potentially impacted just from a foundational level, him being a co-founder, somebody like that kind of suddenly passing away, the type of ripple effect that can have on a studio, you know? Because I don't know, man. Like, I just don't know. I just really, like, you know, when I'm calming down and not raging and crashing out, like, I just genuinely had to ask, like, what was going so wrong with Bluepoint that you had to shut them down compared to every other studio? And, you know, this is where it's like, if there is more to this, which I find it hard to believe there is, it would have to be something, I don't know, like crazy. Like, I don't know, I don't know, like half the team just left or something. Just something crazy. I don't understand where the logic is here. Because even based off of what Herman Hulse said in his email, like, listen, it's this paragraph right here. I'm gonna read this part one more time to you guys, because this is the one where I'm like, this is the twisting of the knife. To navigate this reality, guys, we're facing a tough reality right now. We need to continue adapting and evolving. We've taken a close look at our business to ensure we are delivering today while still well positioned for the future. As a result, we will be closing Bluepoint Games in March. Do you see the disconnect there? It's like, okay, I'm following you. You need to adapt and evolve. Yeah, we're living in reality. You need to adapt and evolve. You're taking a close look at your business. Got to make sure you're delivering today and well positioned for tomorrow. It's all making sense. And it's like, so Bluepoint's got to die in order for that to happen. And I'm like, what? What? Like, wait, whoa, hold on. What, out of all the things you could have finished that paragraph with, what is that? Kojima Productions to Sony purchasing them. Translator, no thank you, bows, while Kojima smiles. Yeah, right? To think Sony made multiple offers to try to acquire Kojima. And Vesmolo says, don't buy Marathon. There's enough multiplayer games. No, I'm not. I've drawn the line here, man, where it's like, you know what, Sony? It's not fair. You get to hurt me, but I don't get to hurt you. So I am going to hurt you. I'm not playing the server slam. I'm not buying Marathon. In fact, I'm going to tell other people, don't buy Marathon. Buy it if you want. Buy it if you want. I mean, look, I'm not going to tell you what to do. If you're excited, enjoy video games. Does this sound, no, is this fair? No, oh, you want to hurt Bungie devs? I do. Not really, but it's like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm done. Like, I'm done, dude. Like, you want to fucking throw Bluepoint Games in the fucking meat grinder like they're nothing, while simultaneously I get to sit here and watch fucking Bungie flounder and be given 10 fucking chances over the course of 3 years after having billions of dollars invested in them. So they're fucking, I know he's not there anymore and he got like kicked out, but so the guy can fucking brag about how many cars he bought. Fuck you. I'm done. I'm done. Like, I'm not buying Marathon, and I'm going to encourage other people not to buy it, because now at this point, I am trying to send a message to Sony. Fuck your live service games. And if this is the cost of your live service pursuit, then I'm done supporting it. I am. Like, I supported Helldivers. I like Helldivers. And I think, I'm so happy to see the success for them. I was like, damn, Sony got their winner. Sony got their, their successful live service game. So they're going to calm down now. And it's like, oh no, they're going to kill Bluepoint. Even with how and that's what makes me sick about this, is like they're bragging in the fucking email about how successful Helldivers and MLB is. And I'm like, bro, no. What you're supposed to say is, we put Helldivers on Xbox and we put games like fucking Ghost of Tsushima and God of War on PC to stop this from happening. But I just realized that all this really is no, you're going to, listen, we're going to do that, and we're going to do this. We don't care how you feel, and we're going to do this over here too. We still don't care how you feel. Oh, what's that? Oh, look at this new Ratchet and Clank live service shooter, where I'm like, oh, that is different, but maybe I would try that because I like Ratchet and Clank. And the only Ratchet and Clank experience I've gotten during the PS5 gen is the game you put out in 2021, which was awesome. So if you were to drop this, free-to-play Ratchet and Clank shooter game, maybe I'd try it. And what does Sony do? Sony says, no, fuck you, mobile only, bitch. Bluepoint, you're done. Like, I'm done. Like, I'm done, dude. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be crazy with it and be like, fuck Wolverine. I ain't playing Wolverine now. Like, I'm not going to take it that far. I'd be lying to myself. But there has to be some kind of line drawn here, where it's like, you know what? I just can't do it anymore, man. Like, I can no longer justify Sony's live service push, because I'm now seeing a studio. It's like London was a tough pill to swallow. Firewalk, understandable. But now Bluepoint, a studio that absolutely under no circumstances should have been shut down, is being shut down. By the way, hold on. Demon Souls, I have to point, like, this is why I want to give the finger to Sony and people making these decisions. MBG, Sony called you a bitch. Oh, hell no. Sony called me a bitch. Really, though. If you go to the highest rated games, this is of the entire generation. So this is over 5 years and 3 months worth of games, dude. Every game, not just Sony exclusives, every game. Demon Souls is at number 16 with a 92 on Metacritic. Metacritic must play. It's ahead of Split Fiction. It's ahead of Spider-Man 2. It's ahead of Destiny 2. It's ahead of The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. It's ahead of Final Fantasy 16. It's ahead of Final Fantasy 7, Death Stranding 2. Okay? Demon Souls Remake. Get this, though. Get this. When we're just talking about PlayStation Studios games, just PlayStation Studios, Demon Souls is the third highest remake. Demon Souls Remake is the third highest rated game, only behind Astrobot and God of War Ragnarok. And that's the studio they shut down. Let that shit sink in for a little bit, people. This is why I'm pissed. This is why I'm pissed. We're not just talking about some mediocre slop studio that does a bad job and has produced shit results. Pisses me off, man. And I get that. I get that. I'm like, but they never made a game. And I understand, but at the same time, it's like Sony is one of the biggest video game publishers that loves to do remakes and remasters, especially remakes, dude. They remade the fucking Last of Us, this gen. It's just it doesn't make any sense. One of the top replies on Shinobi's reporting of this, announcing it's getting shut down. Sony, who has a library of IP that fans are begging to be remade, buys a studio who has a proven track record of remaking legendary games, shuts it down 5 years later. Make it make sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. And the worst part about it is that when you read that email that Herman put out and you begin to understand why Bluepoint just got killed, why they were just taken out back, it's enough. Like, the reasons are shitty enough to make me go, oh, now I'm going on a crusade against Sony's live service. Like, the line has been crossed, man. I'm not going to take it all the way and be like, I'm throwing my PlayStation 5 out. Like, I'm smashing that shit. I'm not going to put it in the toilet. I'm not going to do that to myself, because at that point, it just wouldn't even be fair to me. But it's like, I need to send a very clear message. Single-player games that Sony makes, I will not only buy, I will encourage others to buy them, and I will shout about them from the rooftops, just like I did for Demon's Souls Remake. Sony, take your live service and shove it. Okay? Because now I know. I didn't want to believe it. And God knows I pushed back against so many other people that I thought were being too cynical. They were being too cynical. And I'm like, no, guys, it's not that bad. It's not that serious. It's not the cancer of PlayStation. It's not going to cause other studios to get shut down. It's fine. Now I know. Now I know. All right, we got MVP Moss saying, well fucking said, MBG, keep that same energy. Well, thank you, MVP Moss. Zanarkand, oh yeah, thank you. Yo, Zanarkand's still showing up for Irfan here, bro. Michael says, please like the video so others can come and vent. Yeah, guys, if you could, like the stream. I mean, it feels weird to say that on such a negative stream at this point, but God, what a crazy... I knew there was a reason I woke up in a bad mood today. I just knew. Oh my God. Yo. Okay, now I'm freaked the fuck out. I'm being dead ass right now. I am freaked out. I had a dream. I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but over the last 48 hours, I'm not even kidding, bro. I'm not kidding, because I thought about this earlier. I'm like, that's fucking weird. I had this dream, and it's a little bit blurry, but one of the things I remember is I was on the computer, and it wasn't that Bluepoint got shut down. I had a dream that they were sold to, who was it? I think it was it Konami? It was sold to I think it was like Tencent or something. They were sold to another publisher. And I remember in this dream, I saw the Bluepoint Games logo, and I remember thinking, like, what the fuck? Like, I was freaking out in the dream. I'm like, why would they do that? Like, Sony, what the hell did you do that for? And now I'm freaked out, dude. That was I had like a premonition with this fucking studio for some reason. Yo, I'm freaked the hell out. I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. I swear to God, like I had that dream, and I just remember being so weirded out, because I'm like, why the hell would they sell them? Now I'm realizing, like, because that would have been the better alternative, man. That would have been the better alternative. I'd put my hand on the Bible right now. That's how, I'm not lying. I would not just make something like this up. Now I'm wondering what larger implications this might have. It's like, tonight I have a dream. Wolverine canceled. No, every PlayStation fan's worst nightmare. Wolverine releasing day and date on Xbox. No. All right. God, that's so freaky, man. I am so freaked out right now. Somebody sent me a message. Yeah, at least they would have survived it. I would prefer them to be sold. Like that's the most painful part, is that there's no chance of survival. They're gone forever. Like, somebody come save Bluepoint. Maybe that's the message. Like, dude, Konami, come give Sony an offer they can't refuse. Come give Sony an offer they can't refuse. Millennial Bum says, would you call this the kiss of death for Bloodborne? Well, I'll say I call this the kiss of death for Bloodborne anytime remotely soon. Yeah. I refuse to believe I'm having dreams about PlayStation. Yeah, right? Dude, I'm telling you, like, it was so random and weird. I'm like, I don't really ever dream about games. Hardly ever. And then at the end of my dream, I punched my screen real hard, and then I woke up. You ever see the video of that dude when he looks at the laptop? It's like this really buff dude. He looks at the laptop and he just like punches it off the fucking table. I'm like, that. Yeah, it's basically something like that. God. Yeah. So I wouldn't take it as far as like Bloodborne's never coming back. I just can't. That's something I refuse to believe, because it's like, that makes no sense. I think what it means is that if a Bloodborne remake is ever going to happen, FromSoft is going to have to be Miyazaki's going to have to be ready to say, Sony, I'm ready. We're going to remake it. Or like a Bloodborne 2, like, Sony, we're ready. It's fucking crazy to me that not only this whole time could Bluepoint have been the one to remake Bloodborne and make it amazing, but that any possibility of that happening now is just gone. It's like, what? It's crazy. Hold on, what is this? There it is. Yes. Thank you. Hold on. Let me see if I can bring this up. I'm going to bring something up that, I think accurately conveys all of our feelings right now. Wait, it played it real small. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Dude, that's such... I don't know if that's fake or not, but it looks so real. Like, I think that is real. That's so crazy. Like, getting so upset you punch your fucking laptop like that. And he knows after. He knows, like, oh my God, I really just did that. Oh, yeah. Hey, guys, Bluepoint Games, we can't really deal with you right now. You're bleeding us too much money. You haven't produced results. But hey, For Fruit Loop over here, hey, let's sign them on. How much you want? We'll publish your game. Like, okay. Project Gummy Bears? You already know Herman's all over it. You know Herman's like... Oh my God. Oh man. God, why do I feel like Herman's watching the stream right now and actually about to punch his fucking... Herman's gonna message me personally, be like, you don't understand, MBG. I had no choice. Oh man. I feel so bad for people just tuning in. Yeah, Bluepoint's gone, dude. Snapped out of it. I'm serious. Like, this is not... None of this is clickbait. This is real. I would never make a clickbait title like that. I do still have more super chats though. If I haven't read your super chat, I didn't miss it. I'm just a little bit behind on them. Hunter Eats Hunter says, could have remade Sly. No, I know. Anything, right? Even something smaller scale like that. Pushing Polygons, a member for 34 months, says, dude, this is sad. They could have been tasked to do so much. Outside of Wolverine, I'm out on buying any Sony first party, as most is live service AI slop. Yeah, dude, that's where I am right now too, where it's like for the rest of the year, assuming, I mean, I don't know if other games will be announced like releasing this year. I'm buying Saros, I'm buying Wolverine. You know, unless Sony shows me a live service game so fucking compelling that it looks like SOCOM or something where I'm like, hell yeah, brother. You know, like, it's like, unless it's something really, really, really good looking that I'm like, I can't deny this looks amazing. Right now, it's just Saros and Wolverine, and yeah, this is such a massive turnoff, man. Where it's like, this feels so tone deaf. It feels so tone deaf, so reckless, so underwhelming, so disappointing. That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. This is so disappointing. And I don't expect perfection from PlayStation. I don't. I know that there are probably some PlayStation players that think, you know, there's a bit of an overreaction and I'm being too hard on them. And, you know, it's whatever, man. It's just one studio. But it's like, you have to understand, like, if this was a truly isolated situation, I wouldn't be reacting as volatile. I wouldn't be as volatile, and my reaction wouldn't be as volatile as it is. It'd still be a lot, but it wouldn't be all this. This is after like a myriad of just like, what are we doing, Sony? And I've been the one, and I think why I feel so pissed off is because I've been the one. And again, that's why it's giving me shades of like, dude, I've been down this road with Xbox, man. I remember where it's like, I'm pushing back against the naysayers and be like, chill. Like, it's not, come on. Like, it's not, you're saying it's all doom and gloom. You're saying it's that bad. And I'm saying it's not that bad. Now, look, Sony's not there yet. I'm not going to exaggerate and be like, Sony is in the fucking toilet entirely. I don't, if I really believe that, I would tell you. But this is a sign that they're going further into the toilet. Like, I'm not saying that for you. I'm saying that for me. Where it's like, Sony, this is a very bad decision. That it feels like if Concord, okay, if live service was 1 foot in the toilet, like we're going all in with live service, that's 1 foot in the toilet. And then seeing the results of things like Concord and even maybe Marathon, but mostly Concord, that's now you got 2 feet in the toilet. You're just standing there. And then shutting down Bluepoint while simultaneously announcing more live service games, some of which people are throwing up when they're looking at. It's like you're now crouched in the toilet while holding up Wolverine and Saros and be like, you can't say it's that bad when look at what we still got. You know, and it's like, Sony, I'm trying real hard for you. Like, I'm trying real hard to deny that you're crouched in a fucking toilet right now. You know? Especially after a state of play like that. I'm like, a state of play like that, they're not even in the bathroom right now. You know? They're nowhere near a toilet. This is great. It's like the other half falls down and it's like, no, Herman's still fucking just sitting there in the toilet, you know? What is this analogy, man? But it feels apt, though, because that's what it feels like. It feels like they're trying to convince me they're not just crouched in a toilet, trying to appeal to people. Is this a skibbity fucking brain rot, whatever reference? Maybe. But that's the generation that they're trying to appeal to, hence why he's crouched in a motherfucking toilet. Okay? But, you know, like I said, he's sitting there. He's like, got Wolverine, got Saros, got those God of War remakes. But that's the irony. I'm like, oh, God of War remakes, that's Bluepoint, right? It's like, Bluepoint's dead. It's like, what do you mean? Wait, what? I know, boss. I know. You're gonna boycott Wolverine? Wow, that's crazy coming from you. Marvel's Wolverine, with Wolverine as their picture. You're saying you're gonna boycott Wolverine and God of War remakes? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe that. No. All right. I have Zanarkand. He's forwarding Titus's message. Z Blitzers thinks TC comment super chat worthy. I played original Demon Souls. The new one was a new game. It was at that level. Yes. Yeah, and look, I know that they're like really diehard Demon Souls fans that were like, they ruined it. And I'm like, whatever, man. Like that, then go play the original. Like, I get it. You don't not everybody has to love Demon Souls remake. But from where I'm sitting, this thing is fucking amazing. And I love that game, dude. Listen, guys, what was the first game? You remember? Hold on. I'm about to go find it myself. I am about to go find it myself. Hold on. If I didn't read your super chat, I'm not ignoring it. I just might be a minute or two late to it. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's going to pop up in... Here we go. I'm bringing this up. I'm doing it. In honor of Bluepoint, I got to do it because I want Sony to know. Boss, what do you think of this? Also, I want it to be known, I made both of my lights blue today. I don't know why. Hold on. You're going to hear me.
But I have it in front of me. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay. All right. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to
this right here.
I'm going to get some stuff set up.
Okay?
And
launch day of the PS5. This day.
Do you guys see a am I bald?
As you can see, nothing has changed. For some reason, nothing has changed. Am I bald? Look, I'm just bringing this. That's crazy. I just randomly skipped to something, and that's the first thing that came out of my mouth. Am I bald? My chrome dome? Hold on. Where'd it go? I'm pointing this out because, dude, why isn't it playing? Why is it breaking? I'm just trying to show people.
Really helps the stream out. Hit the like button. Great way for you to let me know you want me to stream more often. It's like, I want to interact with the chat a little bit more. It's just the problem is that text is so...
I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, has the land found...
Dude, it feels very good. It's layered, man. This is not just vibration. So.
What am I saying? It's layered. It's not just vibration. I'm cringing at my past self. All right, listen. God, man, what a freaking weirdo. That was launch day of the PS5. I did my first face reveal unboxing the PS5, and I was telling you guys how everybody kept asking me for weeks, and especially that day, what are you playing? What's your first PS5 game? And I said Demon Souls. No matter what, Demon Souls. And I was true to my word. And I'm like, I'm even going to stream it. I don't know what kind of mic I was using. I think I was just using like a headset mic. And I was enthralled. Also, dude, look at how many people. I had almost 1,700 people watching. This stream got 92,000 views. And I'm like, that's because people wanted to see Demon Souls PS5 greatness. Sony, this is what you killed today. I hope you know that, Herman.
Yeah, that's awesome. I am broadcasting directly using the PS5. All right, let me just go into the settings one more time. Oops, my eyes. No, but I could feel that haptic feedback. Whoa.
Whoa. What's
So I know they
wrong
said
with
there
you?
was different camera options.
So it's really difficult to watch that, man, because you could tell I was not used to streaming. I had a lot going on that day. But Boss is watching. Boss, do you remember that day? Did you just fart on me, dude? Oh. Oh, hey. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, you gotta go. I sound very different. Yeah. Oh, dude, you smell, bro. Don't be farting on me like that. Don't be farting on me like that. I'm shunning you. All right. I'm a little bit late to the super chats. Hold on. All right, we have okay. Clearly I can't stop, boss. Vlund. Vlund says, seeing info lately about the last Sony showcase, many saying it was mostly old games. And future third-party games. Pretty much, it was a Game Pass showcase. The low-budget God of War Flash game didn't help. I mean, I don't agree with that. I still think Sony's show was really good. I'll tell you what, though, they couldn't let a good thing just be good. They couldn't leave well enough alone. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Like, I think one of the reasons why I'm so shocked is when I saw that announcement of the God of War remake trilogy, I was like certain, dude. I was certain. I'm like, that's Bluepoint. At the very least, they're going to be heavily involved with that. The last thing I expected was to find out like a week later, like we're shutting Bluepoint down. I think that's one of the things that it's causing such whiplash for me, where it's like, bro, why did you cancel their God of War live service to then just leave them open for a year and then announce a God of War remake trilogy, which is the series they were working on for the past 5 years, to then say, and they're not involved at all. Unless the idea here, but I don't know why they would make such an announcement like this. The only thing that would have been forgivable here, in a sense, is if they announced we're folding Bluepoint into Santa Monica. That's the, like, even that would make me feel better, because it's like, well, at least they're still okay. Like, they're going to be absorbed. Okay, clearly they're going to help work on the God of War remakes. They supported God of War Ragnarok for 2 years. It would still be very disappointing, because it's like, yo, why aren't we getting another remake from them? But I'm just saying, like, that would have been better than finding out, like, no, we're closing them. And I would have thought that if they were going to do anything, that's what they would have done, not close them. Hold on, guys. I have to. Angry Whale Watcher says discarding Bluepoint is the single worst Sony decision of all time, which is crazy to say after they paid $3 billion for Bungie. Hopes have been dashed. Damn, dude. Yeah, I feel for you, Angry Whale Watcher. I mean, it's hard not to view it that way. It's hard not to view this as like possibly one of the dumbest things Sony's ever done. Like with their gaming division. Wabu Dude says, despite Sony delivering incredible games this generation, it may be remembered more for shuttering beloved studios, with Bend looking like next at risk. Oh, man. Dude, like, I can't handle that. Guys, I'm just gonna be depressed at that point. Like, it is becoming depressing, where it's like, oh, remember Days Gone and how great that game was? Yeah. They're probably going to be closed in the next 5 or 6 years, and you'll get Days Gone remastered as their final goodbye. And then it's like, oh, remember Shadow of the Colossus and Demon Souls Remake? Incredible, expertly crafted remakes that honored those games and brought them up. Yeah, they're gonna get shut down. My tweet's going viral. Is it? Well, that tweet is real and it's raw. Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, Sony's gonna Sony's gonna come after me, bro. Sony's gonna come after me when the top comment is a petition to get Herman fired. We also have Zanarkand. He says, Nate, I say that Vlund is wrong on his take. Here's why. Hell no, people wildin'. That was the best state of playing years. Comparing it to an Xbox showcase is blasphemy. Well, I mean, look, man, like I'm not going to sit here and say Sony shut down Bluepoint, therefore that last state of play, I take back everything I said. It's not that just isn't fair. But it does make me realize that I cannot have the level of confidence and reassurance in PlayStation that I thought I could. That's what it really means. And, you know, that state of play in some ways renewed some of my confidence. And then I feel like Sony was like, well, we're going to even that out right now. And I don't know, man, like I would have preferred a less good state of play if it meant Bluepoint could survive. Like this, we're going to punish Marathon. This is Bungie's fault. No, they're going to pay. They're going to pay. God damn it. My voice is cracking. That's how upset I am. And Zanarkand says, you can say that again, Nate. Damn, man. I have to refresh this because it's chugging along here. Hold on. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I already put out a news video today before this news. Of course. Oh, my God. It's crapping out on me. Hold up, guys. Hold up. I don't know why it's my YouTube studio is like not functioning. Okay. All right. Yeah, let me go see what some of the reactions are or if there's any more news. So it's trending on Twitter. Bluepoint Games shuts them down. People seem to be in a bit of a shock from what I can tell. Yeah. Yeah. These game companies lately are all playing a game called Who Can Piss Off Their Fans the Most, and all of them are winning. This is a generational fumble. Fucking A, man. Broken Games says how he's yelling this. How, and I feel for it. He says, how is Media Molecule still open? How do they keep surviving? Oh, he's just straight up like, why didn't y'all kill Media Molecule yet? Huh? I mean, look, man, I love Media Molecule. Like, I respect the hell out of Media Molecule, and I respect what they try to do at Dreams. But you really do have to ask the question, like, bro, how, like, why? It just makes you, it begs the question, like, why couldn't Bluepoint get another, why weren't they given more opportunity here, man? You know? iMan93 says, funny how they finally had generated some excitement and goodwill after that last state of play, and then they followed up like this. The Sony we loved is dead. I mean, dude, it does kind of feel like that, man. Like I know that sounds dramatic to some people, but it's like, this is not, you didn't see shit like this during the PS4 gen. Like, it's not like after Sony did their E3 2016 showcase, they're like, now we're shutting down like 2 studios, you know? Like, they didn't do that shit. It just, things were allowed to just be good. and then get better and then remain good. It I so somebody says, bro, they slapped them on a God of War live service game and then shut them down because of it. Let me go see what people are saying to my. So I quote tweeted the news that Shinobi was the first one to post it, and I quote tweeted, I said, Sony, what the actual fuck? You've got to be kidding me. The top reply is, we got to start a petition to get Herman out of there. This guy is tearing down PlayStation. If we get enough people retweeting this news with hashtag fire Herman Holst, we can move the needle. Oh man, dude, Herman is going to fucking blacklist the shit out of me if I'm not already. Well, it's hard not. We have to place blame on Herman. We do. There's just no way around it. And my biggest point of contention with Herman and why he needs most of the blame is because he greenlit the God of War live service. That, to me, that's Herman's Concord tendency right there. A lot of people have been saying, and I don't want to look, man, on like being real here, Herman is clearly a talented dude. Like, he's clearly a talented developer. He worked at Guerrilla Games for many years. He's hugely responsible for Killzone. He ran the studio. Like, he's not a dumb person, like he's
What if Sony is putting Bluepoint's 70 team into another studio cause to save dollar, but Herman needs to be fired? Angry face emoji, 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 triumphant face emoji, triumphant face emoji, triumphant.
It just cut it off. It's like, we're not reading all this. it automatically cut it off. Like, nah, bro. Nah, we ain't reading the rest. Thank you, perfect image. I feel like that's not. I mean, they said they're going to try to take people from the studio and put them where they can. I feel like that's not going to be many people, though, because the truth is, if that was their plan to fold Bluepoint to another studio, they would have said that because it would have softened the blow. This is the worst case scenario. Like, we're just shutting them down. They knew, like, they're not stupid. The PR people at Sony know, like, this is going to be a shit show. They know that. There might be something big about to happen. I hate to say that, but they're usually PR people time shit like this when there's something looming around the corner that's going to basically make everybody forget about this in a day or two. I don't know what that could be. I'm not saying it even will be anything, but there's just no way. Like, they absolutely know, like, this is going to be a shitstorm. So yeah, I'm going to say if they wanted to fold them in, man, they would have said that, and it would have helped save a little bit of face. Mini Tom, what's going on, man? Will the stream be up? Can't watch right now. Yeah, the stream's going to stay up. Hopefully Devil Shooter will be able to timestamp it pretty quickly, though, because I imagine people who come in for the first like hour and a half before the news broke. I mean, we were talking about how gay Sony is. I'm not even kidding. We were basically just sitting here talking about how like we were like analyzing which studios have like gay characters and stuff. So, god damn, man. Jeff Grubb tweets, it's not a crime to acquire Bluepoint after they remade Demon Souls and Shadow of the Colossus. Have them make a God of War live service game, then cancel it, then close them down. But it fucking should be. I agree. That should be a crime. That is a crime. That is a crime. Somebody says they really did an excellent job with Demon Souls Remake 6 years ago, but that was 6 years ago. What have they been doing? Not that they should have been shut down. They've done great work. And that's the sad part, is the person who left that message, they clearly don't know. Like, they were told to help be a support studio with God of War Ragnarok, and then they were greenlit a God of War live service game. And it's like, I'm sorry, man, but there's got to be better accountability here. There's got to be better accountability where, like, I thought that if you were going to be the head of a family of studios, a basic requirement was to have some level of fucking understanding of what teams should be doing what and what they shouldn't be doing. And I sometimes start to feel like I'm starting to feel like the position of PlayStation, head of PlayStation Studios, just like for Xbox. I felt this way for so long with Xbox. It's like, it's not a real job. It's not a real job. It's just a figurehead position where it's like, you don't actually need to know who should be doing what. I say this because it's like, there's like, in what, it is Herman's fault, man. Like, good leadership steers teams in directions that avoid this. And what that looks like in the case of Bluepoint is, listen, guys, so we lost 2 years' time because you were tasked with being a support studio for Ragnarok. Fine. They helped Ragnarok get out the door on time. Good on them, right? Santa Monica probably couldn't have done it without them. But now you need to pitch a new game, and I think it's like, yeah, I'm just saying, like, the leadership failure comes in the form of, you come into my office, you have a very enthusiastic pitch about a God of War live service, and I can maybe see from certain angles where you're coming from. And I'm like, yeah, I get where you, but I got to let you down gently, but firmly, because that's what leaders do, where it's like, guys, what a great pitch, but I can't let you go through with this. I'm going to save you from yourself, okay? I'm going to do my job and lead. And what that means is, I'm going to tell you, you need to make a new pitch, nothing live service, and I'm going to highly, highly suggest, like, I will print out, I'll ask my assistant to do it for me. We're going to give you a list of some of the most requested games to be remade from PlayStation, like, that we've seen across the board. And we're going to get you guys working on another remake, and it's going to be amazing. And you know what? Even though we lost some time because of again, you were working on God of War Ragnarok, maybe we can get this remake out at the end of the generation to help close it out, or we can make it a cross-gen game, and it can also be a launch title for the PS6. That's what I would have done. And I'm just a random PlayStation fan, man. Like, I'm just a random YouTuber. Like, and I feel like that the only reason I could see Bluepoint justifiably being closed down is if Herman tried to do that and then Bluepoint freaked out and was like, no, we want to make this. Like, we're demanding it. But that doesn't make any sense, because it's like, last I checked, you're in charge of PlayStation Studios. Like, literally, that's your job, to guide and lead and steer. That's what you're paid to do. That's what you're making the big bucks for. That's why you got a yacht. Well, I don't know if he has a yacht, but that's why you're able to go on so many vacations. And I just feel like, I don't know. I just feel like, this could have easily been avoided. That's like the big thing. I just feel like it could have easily been avoided. And fuck, man. You know what I would have even done? You know what I would have done? I would have said to Bluepoint, like, guys, listen, I got a great idea. I love the passion, right? I love that. God, maybe I should have fucking got into. I should have tried to work the way up my way up Sony corporate. I should have tried to work my way up Sony corporate, man, and try to get into head of PlayStation Studios. It's like I just fucking burned it all down. It's like, you know what? It's actually a lot harder than I thought. I would have been like, guys, that's a great pitch. That's a great pitch. I love what you're doing here, but it's totally the wrong direction for you guys. I know you're passionate, and what I want to do is I want to take that passion and we're going to put it in a different direction. I got a great idea. Why don't I call up Konami? Okay, we're really close with Konami these days. Konami's making a big comeback. Why don't we see if we can negotiate a deal where how would you guys feel about helping Konami remake Metal Gear Solid 1 as a launch PlayStation 6 title? Because I know Konami's thinking right now, their teams are incubating, thinking about what they want to remake after MGS3 is done. You guys are remake experts. Maybe we can get a little collab going. Everybody fucking wins. Everybody wins. Literally everybody. The fans, Bluepoint, Sony, Konami, everybody wins. The launch of the PS6 wins. Like, but I just feel like even something like that, or you know, let's talk to Square. Let's see if we can get something going with Chrono Trigger, something like that. You know. Hold on one sec, guys. You're saying except that Bluepoint no longer wanted to do a remake. But that's the thing though, is that I understand studio politics are tough because it's like Ben's studio, right? It's like Ben's studio. You know, I understand that Sony has to treat their studios like the way you treat like a band. Like, you got to let the creative process do its thing, man. You can't tell them what type of music to make. You got to steer them but that's where it's like, I would just have to inform Bluepoint. It's like, guys, and to be fair, listen. This is the only thing I could say that could potentially salvage Herman's reputation a little bit. Maybe Herman did warn them. Maybe he was like, guys, I think this is a bad idea, and I think it's way too risky, and I'm leaning towards I want to say no. But I really need to know, like, how important, like, is this really what you guys want to do? Like, you really think that, like, you know what I'm saying? But that's where I just feel like that's bad leadership, man. Like, there's just, you can't, and I get it, because it's like, sometimes, you know, you got to let them learn the hard way, but it's like, this is business, man. This is cutthroat. This is like, I would have had to, like, maybe Herman did tell them, if you guys mess this up, you're probably going to get shut down. Maybe that was established, and Bluepoint was like, we'll take that risk. At that point, it would be on Bluepoint, where it's like, guys, why would you take that risk? But that's where I just feel like, from Sony's perspective, it's like, let them take the risk, realize it's a bad idea, and then get them, you know, let them learn the hard way, and then get them on something good. If that's the hoop you got to let them jump through, fine. Like, if that's really how it's got to be. But it reminds me of Sony Bend, where Sony Bend, I want to let you guys know, like, Days Gone sold like 9 or 10 million copies, dude. Sony Bend refused to make a Days Gone 2. And do you know why? Because of studio politics. Because they were having, the leadership of Sony Bend was all in on Days Gone 2. So many of the devs below them and people working at the studio were like, no, we don't want to do this. And that poses a problem, because it's like, if you're like, well, we're doing it anyway, then you're going to lose a bunch of people. And if you lose a bunch of people, it may end up ultimately sabotaging and dooming the project anyway, and causing it to, right out of the gate. Like, when you start a new project, you want everybody to be on the same page and things to go as smooth as possible. But that's where it's like, you know, unfortunately, there just are dumb people. Where, like, I'm sorry, and I know it's brutal, man, but it's just the reality, where it's like, maybe you guys, maybe, like, you are a dev, maybe there's a group of devs, and it's like, we don't really want to do remakes anymore. It's like, I get it, man, but, like, you guys just had a, you know, like, you just spent 2 years supporting God of War Ragnarok, man. Like, now you want to be a live service? Like, what? We're not, like, can we at least, like, build up to a live service? And that's the same thing with, like, Sony Bend, where it's like, we don't want to do Days Gone 2. It's like, what do you want to do? A live service. And, you know, this is where, yeah, I mean, this is why I'm starting to call live service the cancer of the gaming industry, because I think it's even, like, rotted brain. or it's brain rotted like some of the developers, where now all the developers want to do is live service because it's like, yeah, that's going to sustain our studio forever. And it's like, I get it, the temptation is there, but it's like, come on, man. Like there are just too many studios where it's like, you should stay in your lane for your own good. For your own good. And I'll tell you right now, if this ends up happening to Sony Bend, one of the things that's going to make me feel, I'm still going to crash the fuck out, but it's going to make me feel a little bit more like I know Sony Bend is partly to blame for this, though, is because I know that they reject, like, people, it's a misconception that people have. And it just goes to show how, like, there's just things we don't know, but we eventually learn. The original idea or thought was that Sony rejected Days Gone 2. Herman rejected it. Herman didn't want Days Gone 2. They, Sony Bend pitched it and they're like, no, we want you to do a live service. It wasn't. It was the exact opposite. Sony Bend couldn't even get on the same page enough. And the heads of that studio left, by the way. They left because they're like, fuck this. That's my understanding. Unless there was something else that happened that caused them to actually kind of get fired, or where like maybe there were like so many devs were complaining and then they get fired, like they're getting in the way of what we actually want to do. But then these are the guys who did Days Gone, who fucking got 9 million in sales and job security for everybody. But fuck them, right? And there was just this like, I don't know, like, there is mismanagement on a studio level where all you guys had to do was make Days Gone 2. That's it. That's all you had to do. You already have a fan base. You have people that love you for this game. You will get millions in sales. You will get security for your studio. And then maybe after Days Gone 2, experiment. You can afford to experiment. But certain developers over there had their panties in a bunch and they're like, we don't want to do this. No, we don't want to do this game. We don't like Deacon St. John. And it's like, well, I hope you're fucking happy because, whatever this live service game is you want to make isn't going to work out and you might be fucked. That's where I just feel like sometimes the necessary thing to do is the leadership has to step in and do what needs to be done, which is you're fucking making Days Gone 2. If you don't like it, give us your 2 weeks. Doors there. You can go. We will replace you. Sometimes that has to happen for the sake of the entire family, the studio itself, family, but really, that's the shit that has to happen. And I know that Sony is a little bit afraid of doing that sometimes because they're afraid it's going to send the wrong message to their other studios where it's like Sony rule, they're too hands-on and they're too controlling over what they want. But there's just, again, there are instances where you can give that freedom, you can give that experimentation. Like, who Sony's going to have to do that with soon? Depending on how, like, it all hinges on Intergalactic. If Intergalactic isn't a mega success, Herman's going to have to, put on his big boy pants and do his job, walk in and be like, Neil, we need to fucking talk. Okay? I want Uncharted 5 now. We're spinning it up. Nathan Drake's not done. Let's go. Okay? I want Last of Us Part 3, the resurrection of Joel. Okay, maybe not that. Like, I want, maybe not Last of Us Part 3. We're doing a Joel and Tommy story. It's going to be the same scope and scale as, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy. Let's go. You know why? Because you need to. That's why. Because you need to. Because your studio has burnt so much money over the course of over half a decade, and Intergalactic, this is just under the assumption that Intergalactic doesn't hit the way it's supposed to. You see what I'm saying? That's what needs to be done. That's what needs to be done. And I just feel like sometimes, we got like, everybody's like pussyfooting around. And it's like, oh, it's fine. Pussyfoot around as much as you want until this happens. Now, yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure Bend is going to be next because we haven't heard anything from them. I'm not saying Sony needs to rule with an iron fist, man, but they need to. You know, the upper executives don't care, man. Yeah, and Smurf, I hope that unannounced single player game from Naughty Dog, I really hope it lands, dude. Oh my god. Oh no. Hermit. No. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. By the way, I missed Ray's super chat. He said MBG talking smack on Aloy Shutdown Bluepoint. I don't mean to laugh, but it's like, dude, yeah, that's literally what we were. Dude, I started ripping on Horizon Hunters Gathering again, and then literally, like, it's like, drop the news. You drop it now. MBG's talking about Horizon Hunters Gathering again and why Aloy is gay. Drop the news. Right, dude, that's so funny, man. I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Check this out, though. Where is it? Here we go. So this was September. That was on my birthday. I forgot about that. September 30th, 2021. Sony gave me a birthday gift, and now look at what they've done. Look at what they did to my birthday gift. Sony, what'd you do? What'd you do? All right, let's hear it.
Head of PlayStation. Hey everyone, this is Herman Hulst, head of PlayStation Studios. As you probably know, we got a commitment to quality here at PlayStation. And that is why I'm so proud to introduce a new member of the PlayStation Studios family.
Hi everyone, this is Marco Thrush of Bluepoint Games. We've been partners with PlayStation over many years. You probably know our work on the remakes of Shadow of the Colossus and Demon's Souls. Today, we're thrilled to announce that Bluepoint Games will officially be joining PlayStation Studios. We believe this will empower Bluepoint to create even more incredible, impactful games for PlayStation gamers. While we don't have any game announcements to share today, we all wanted to thank the fans for your passion and support over the years. We hope to have more to share in the months ahead. Thanks for watching.
That's just depressing, dude. Hold on, I gotta tweet this out. All right. Sorry. Irfan, see what you did, bro? You sent me that, and now it's Bungie's trending. Why is Bungie trending? Do I want to know? Even Zubitech on Twitter says, fair to say PlayStation doesn't know what it's doing. You make them make a live service title, cancel the title, then shut down the whole studio. Feel sad for the talented devs. Fucking A, man. Pixel Warrior says, literally watched Expedition 33 blow up while they own Legend of Dragoon. They own the IP. Almost the exact type of game. Actual idiots at PlayStation. Oh my God. That. What was I just saying about Legend of Dragoon, bro? This is sad. I will say, okay, somebody. Sorry, I'm getting very distracted by some unbelievably brain dead replies. Okay, see, this is where I am going to end up moving to PC gaming. If like, dude, either that or I'm just going to quit gaming and I'm just going to talk games or something. Or I'm going to start talking about something else because, like, dude, blame Sony, etc. Blah blah blah. How many studios did Microsoft hoover up and then close shop? Like, you're part of the problem. This person that said this and got multiple upvotes. Multiple upvotes, dude. Like, wrong. Like, just straight up wrong. Okay? Like, I am the first person, I've been the first person when Microsoft fucks up to let you know. I assure you, if you are bringing Microsoft up in this conversation, you need to go. And I don't want you to be a fan of PlayStation because you're making it worse here. Okay? Oh my God. That's under me talking about the Bluepoint closure. People are like, you're overreacting. And it's like, okay, it's a bungification, bro. So he says it's getting spooky out here. It fucking is. It fucking is. I'm scared. I'm so fucking scared right now. You know what? I got another hit tweet. I got another hit tweet, guys. Follow me on Twitter if you don't. I gotta find the best image though. Hold on. I'm gonna post the image. Why is it so hard to find an image of this? For Christ's sake, man. Of the it's like I guess it's an Indian guy with tears in his eyes, and it just says, I'm so fucking scared. And why can't I super chat? Is it because I dropped the F-bomb previous attempt? That might be. Now, I don't have any restrictions set, but YouTube, I don't know if they let you say that in a super chat. So that might be why. I will say though, hold on, let me check. Let me check, Steelers. Yeah, the super chat definitely didn't go through. I'm looking right now. Guessing YouTube is unhappy with me right now. Dropped an F-bomb in a super chat and it won't go through. Now it won't let me super chat at all. What? I mean, you could try refreshing the browser, closing the app, and coming back. There's no way it should not let you super chat at all. All right. I had to put that tweet out. And sad. It's sad that I have to put that tweet out, but it's true. He says, F. Herman Holst, he's ruining Sony. Project Gummy Bears? You already know Herman's all over it. You know Herman's like, Irfin, why would you clip that, man? No, Irfin. No. Arcus says, hey, MBG, what do you predict is going to happen to Haven Studios and Fair Games after this announcement? I mean, I gotta be honest, man, in that, like, look, I'm not saying I want to see studios shut down and games canceled. But at this point in time, it's difficult for me to say that it doesn't feel incredibly unfair and just flat out wrong that a studio like Haven, working on a live service game, Fair Games, that was debuted May of 2023. We've seen 0 cents. They did internal playtests, or not internal, they did playtests on the PlayStation Network and they got negative feedback. It's like, how can you justify keeping that team going, spending that much money, keeping that studio running, when I promise you, like, I'm not some kind of Nostradamus here, but it's like, I don't think Fair Games is going to be anything less than an abysmal failure. And I know people be like, well, we didn't see the game yet. And it's like, dude, like, come on, man. Like, this is a new team that's never done anything, and the first trailer, the first impression they give you of this game is like people walk away saying, "What the fuck is this?" They were the first ones talking about using like what was it, AI or some shit to help develop like cosmetics and shit. It's like, no, no, no. So I don't want to say that like, oh, they should shut down, but it's like, fuck, man. If I could trade Haven Studio for Bluepoint right now, I would in a heartbeat. That's what I'll say. If I was Herman and I had to make the executive decision, somebody's getting shut down, I would have said Haven. Sorry, but it's going to be them. Bluepoint, you live to make another game, as you should. God, it's so depressing. The Steelers, oh, there we go. It went through, man. You're saying, I effing hate live service games. This trend has completely upended the Western side of the industry. I wish this concept never took off. I effing hate it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like I was saying earlier, I've gotten trapped in live service games. So I understand. Like, there's something real there, and they can be good. But I will tell you this. I've pretty much like disconnected from all live service games because they do feel, I don't want to say predatory. Sometimes they can be, but it's just like it took me away from what gaming was. And it's like, gaming is about playing a variety of different games. Like, gaming can be many things, but to me, that's what it's always been. Like, I try to imagine like where I would be in life right now, literally in life, as crazy as that sounds, if like I grew up at a time where games like Roblox and Fortnite and all this shit existed, and I grew up playing that, and it's like, here I am in my 30s, and like I have 30,000 hours racked up. And maybe 30,000 is kind of crazy. I have like fucking like 15,000 hours racked up over the course of like 20 years playing one of these games, and because of that, I barely played anything else. Like, I just can't imagine what, like, and I'm saying, like, being introduced to that from a young age. And that's the thing, like, Herman Hulst lists in his email, like, the changing of player behavior. And I'm like, that's the problem. That's the problem. Live service games are meant to be ecosystems you get trapped in. And this is all you'll ever play. This is like, we want to make this the only game you'll ever play. And unfortunately, it's worked so well that, yes, it has had this very destructive effect on the games industry where, like, I feel like, Jesus, God, please, can we just go back? Please, can we go back to just the add-on multiplayer, or just we're releasing a standalone multiplayer? You know, like can we just go back to the time? And I know there's no going back, but I didn't like it's once I finally disconnected from these live service games where I feel like shit when I look at those games, dude. Don't get me wrong, I have some amazing fond memories with them, but when I look at how much time I sunk into them, I'm like, I feel like shit. Like that's just like I feel like, man, I could have been playing other games. I could have been trying other things out. I could have been doing something else in general, you know? And I see PUBG, I have like 1,100 hours in, and I'm like, that's absurd. Like that's I'm sorry, that's absurd. Like it's fine, it's my prerogative, but it's like even I'm just like I don't feel great about that, you know? I don't feel great about that. Chris, you're saying Sony closing Bluepoint feels like friendly fire. Bummer. It does. It just straight up feels like execution, bro. You know, like man, you're saying tell studio like FromSoft to never be acquired. Yeah, for real. For real. At this point, I said Sony should acquire Remedy. No. I want to see Remedy be okay, but no. I'm actually against Sony acquiring studios now because I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, I did not think it would end like this, man. Joshua, please do an attack video on this tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna make a video on this. I'm gonna try not to like yell and scream because that's why I'm doing it here on the stream. But the video I want to make, I probably will make it tomorrow so I can, let it marinate for a little bit. But the video I want to make is to deliver a pretty clear message. Hopefully to, I mean, I don't know if anybody at Sony watches any of my shit, anybody that can make any decisions, but to deliver a pretty clear message that like this was a bad decision. This outcome could have been very easily avoided. The excuses you're making to justify it are ridiculous, and we need to have a talk about how the live service initiative at Sony it has literally become a cancer in PlayStation Studios because it has now resulted in the death of a beloved studio. And yeah, I'm definitely going to make a video talking about that. And if you guys have any hype points left, save them for that video because I can't determine what videos trend. I wish I could. But I would like to make a video that sends some kind of message to somebody where it's like, you still have time to save Sony Bend. Sony Bend has time to save. Like, I swear, dude, if Sony Bend did not pitch Days Gone 2 to Sony, that if Bend didn't pitch Days Gone 2 to Sony, I don't even know that I could be upset with Sony at that point. Or like if Sony doesn't forcefully make them make Days Gone 2. It's like, at what point is it just sabotage? You know? Zanarkand, dude, I love how Zanarkand is highlighting people's chats. That's awesome. With his super chats. He says, every time we thought it was dead, it destroys another great game / studio. And then Titus, 2 GamingSurvivor, says, like the mold just under those panels in MBG's basement. Okay, how'd you know that's why I had to put those back up? How'd you know? Hey, yo, who's watching me? I know I had my camera on. I wasn't streaming. Who's got a direct feed to my camera? May the Lord have mercy on your soul. Titus says, we always know. This is concerning. I don't even know if you're real, Titus. I don't know if any of you guys are real. Johnny told us. All right. I'm God damn, man. God damn. It just feels weird. Like, because like I'm scrolling down here and oh no. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts, dude. Hold on. I got to show you guys this. I have to show you this. Luna, what do you think? What do you think of this news? Or Leia? So I called her Luna. Leia, what do you think? Is this very sad? So she's feeling good. She's getting some good pets. Leia's elder, guys. She's an elder cat. What are you, like 10 or I think you're like 11 now. No. You can't get old. Stop aging. Leia's getting up there. I got to show you guys this picture, though. It's going to sting. I'm sorry. But we have to let it sink in. All right. Shout out to Zuby Tech. He was the one who made this image. But man, seeing this image hurts. Because this is why, like, the reactions I see from people who don't really care too much about Bluepoint or don't really see the big deal, this image should tell you everything you need to know in that, like, bro, this studio had no business being shut down under any circumstances. You ready? Now, I know that these are all remasters and remakes. I want to once again just remind everybody, Sony loves remasters and remakes. Sony has many more remasters and remakes they're going to be selling you. This studio had no fucking business being shut down. This is their entire pedigree on Metacritic. They have 5 titles rated over 90. Guys, yeah, by the way, thank you for joining me on the stream today. Please take a moment and hit that like button if you haven't. It does help. At this point, we want to get this stream out there so people know. All right, so hit that like button. And Angry Well Watcher says the forthcoming villain arc better have an eye patch. Johnny PlayStation's very upset. Johnny PlayStation loved Demon Souls. Also loved the Metal Gear Solid HD collection and Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah, and they did the God of War collection. Dude, this is crazy. Like, I am struggling to believe this. Like, how, man? How do you have like, you know what the craziest part about this is like, whatever they chose to remake or remaster next, like, they probably would have gotten another 90, dude. You know? Like, oh, it's wild. We have Magnum Gaming with a super chat. He says, looks like Sony's willing to use AI to create remasters and remakes moving forward, and this is why Bluepoint Games got axed. Magnum, I pray that's not true. Like, I know that Sony's working with AI and stuff. Like, every company is. I'm not gonna, like, all right, don't spam. Don't spam. I understand. It's okay. You don't have to spam. It's fine. You don't have to delete the messages or anything. Just try not to spam, all right? Oh, Zanarkand got him. It's cool. You're not in trouble. Herman hurt me. Herman hurt me. He hurt me today, man. He hurt me too. I feel your pain, bro. Yo, hold on. I don't know if anybody's gonna find this funny. I gotta bring this up.
I'm assuming.
Good. Sorry. All right, so I'm gonna play a little clip. Oh, it's up. It's up. Okay. Look, this is that's the wrong one though. That's the wrong one. No, I ruined it. You guys know what the clip is now. Hold on. I got to make it a YouTube capture screen. So this was Herman today. This was Herman. This was like Herman and Hiroki Totoki basically walking into Bluepoint Games this past week. Hold on. Oh, what is happening? I'm getting annoyed. I'm sorry, guys. I'm having like super technical difficulties here. I'm technically challenged. All right, yeah. So this is Herman Holst and Hiroki Totoki walking into Bluepoint Games, looking at their new game. It's still not up. Sorry.
This art hurt me! This art sucks! You're living a lie! You're living a lie! Yeah, take it down! You're living a lie! This art is terrible!
After Herman saw the next game, dude, that fucking Bluepoint wanted to make, that he couldn't deal with it. After he saw that Bluepoint's new game was looking better than Horizon Hunters Gathering, he just couldn't deal with it. I don't know if that's gonna get copyrighted or not. And let's see. We have Lady K dropping a $1 donation. Thank you for that, Lady K. And Iman says PlayStation for the players, no, for the shareholders. Yeah, apparently, man. Oh boy, what was the next game supposed to be? I don't. They were like, you know what? We decided not to make a live service. We decided to make another remake, or maybe we want to try our own single player game. And Herman's like, you know what makes that clip even funnier is imagining Eric Andre in that clip is Herman Holst after him tripping up and destroying everything, is like after the fucking Horizon Hunters Gathering reveal, and everybody's upset. They're like, I'm taking this shit out on Bluepoint. It's sad, man. All right, Chris. Yeah, I'm going to wrap this up soon. I wasn't planning on streaming this long today, but I mean, obviously the breaking news, not good, man. Not good. So we'll do like a last call. If you want to drop any more support, if you want to drop any more super chats, any more membership gifts or anything like that, now would be the time to do it. Somebody says, Neo GameSpark says the damage these two big-headed mofos did to PlayStation first party will be studied in the history books. Pictures of Jim Ryan and Herman Holst. Damn. Very sad. It's just sad, man. It just is. Like, we should have been hyping up another, next time people say you're a shill, search this. Yeah, thank you, Titus. Thank you. Like, dude, that's the thing, man. Like, I don't want to go so overboard that it's like, I'm never playing PlayStation again. I would be lying if I said that. But it's just, I've always believed that if you are a real fan of something, you have to be willing to criticize it. You have to be willing to, give the tough love, so to speak, in the name of something, improving. And you don't want to see it rot. You don't want to see it go south and go bad. And this is a prime example of like, we gotta let Sony know, like, bro, this is like brain dead. This is like a brain dead decision that I'm struggling to grasp here. Lady K with a member for 37 months. Thank you for that. Saying younger MBG. Well, you mean the clip? Is younger MBG crashing out? That was MBG today. What punishment? Oh no, dude. Ain't no way bro made a song called Punish Marathon. All right, here's what we'll do. Here's how we're going to close out this stream. We got, oh, I look younger now. Yeah, I did shave my face recently. Well, not my stash. Just this. Just decided to go with the stash. Some people like it. Here's what we're going to do. GamingSurvivor made a song called Punish Marathon. Okay, we have to punish Marathon for Sony's failure. Now they must suffer. So what I want to encourage while we're listening to this song, if you guys want to, we did hit 20 or 31 members today. Thank you for that. We still have time to hit 50 if you want to do that. This is like a 4-minute song. So if you want to do a member train while we're listening to this song, feel free to do that. You have done that before. It's not required. None of that's required. But once the song's done, we're going to wrap up and head out. Okay? So I have no idea what this is going to sound like. Punish Marathon.
Punish Marathon! Punish Marathon!
Hey, we got Zadarkhead. He wants to start a single trade. He drops a single membership. He wants to punish Marathon.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation. This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Yo, GamingSurvivor, I need you to start work right now on a song about Bluepoint. It's got to be a sad song. Rest in peace, Bluepoint. We need that. All right, I'll wait for you to make it. We got to make that the closer.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
God damn. I have never been so hyped to punish a video game before. Absolutely. So, GamingSurvivor, you're still here, right, man? I hope he heard me. So I'm actually going to extend the stream a little bit, because I want him to make a sad song. Okay, something more melancholic. In remembrance of Bluepoint. It's a little real. It's a little real though. Like, we got to remember them. And I'm just going to keep this image up until the end of the stream, just so we know what we lost. And Zanarkan, thank you so much, man. Thank you for dropping a member gift, by the way. Zanarkan dropped a member gift. He tried to get a member train. We didn't get one going, but I still appreciate the single. And he dropped a $10 super sticker where these super stickers are crazy, man. Like, I don't even know what this super sticker is supposed to insinuate. Like, it's a hippo on like a gaming chair going back and forth like he's driving it. I don't even know what these are, man. Irfan says, MBG jokes aside, I honestly don't see any resemblance between this PlayStation and the PlayStation I've known throughout my life. I'm not at the point of completely giving up on them yet, but I'm seriously disappointed. Yeah, hippo drifting. Hold on one sec. GamingSurvivor's working on it. All right, good. Yeah, no, Irfan, with what you were saying, I mean, one of the biggest problems I told you guys before is I don't want to go anywhere else. Like, that's why I don't like when Sony makes moves that are so frustrating. It feels like it's like pushing me away. Where it's like I want to continue to be on PlayStation, and I want to be happy to be on PlayStation. And a studio like Bluepoint was a studio that made Titus. That's a diabolical one, bro. I don't like that, Titus. And it really would take so much for Sony to truly get me gone from PlayStation, because the only alternative at that point is PC gaming, which, I mean, you guys know, like, I don't want to do. Yeah, that's Sony making this decision. There you go. I don't want to go to PC gaming because it's just not for me. If it was the only way for me to engage with games, you know, I have a lot of investment on PlayStation. I have like 56 platinums. I do have a library of games. I still collect games physically. There's still a lot of things that PlayStation does that I like, you know, and if they weren't doing those things, I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't even I probably wouldn't even be covering this news. I'd be doing something else, you know? But yeah, you see these patterns where it's like, oh my God, like the rot is setting in. Like I thought we were past this. I thought we learned from the mistakes. And you see something like this, and it's like this might be truly one of the most brain dead decisions I've seen PlayStation ever make. Like even when you saw Japan Studio, there was some level of rationalization, even though it still wasn't good. But it was like they're too disorganized, they're too disheveled, and they you know they're losing money all over the place. There's an argument to be made that Shutter, you know, but the thing is, it's like at least they transformed Japan Studio into Team Asobi, which ended up creating Astrobot. So it like kind of rose from the ashes. There was a chance. What they're doing with Bluepoint, like this is just depressing because it's just you're gonna like they're dead, and that's it. It's over. Like it is just over. And I'm like what? And then you know we hear the news about Horizon Hunters Gathering, and it's like okay, hopefully this isn't your main project, right? Right? And then we hear from Jason Schreier, it's like, no, this is their main project. Horizon 3 is nowhere near done. Like, that's not coming anytime soon. And it's like, I'm going to throw up, you know? Like, what are, I'm so glad we're getting Sorrows, and I'm so glad we're getting Wolverine, and I'm not going to ignore the things that are still going right, but it's really starting to feel kind of like, it's almost starting to feel like these things are just temporary distractions, you know, that are taking away from the bigger picture of things from a higher level are going very wrong, and they're not actually getting better, you know? And I don't know. I don't know, man. Yeah, it does. I mean, like it really does suck to think that we, you know, saying we can't have different views here otherwise we'll be censored. No, what do you mean by that, Prince? What do you mean you're being censored? Hold on. Oh yeah. So yeah, Zanarkand. You don't have to delete all. You know, you don't have to delete all the messages, dude. I'm trying to. It's all good. I think Zanarkand was upset that you were ruining the. There's a couple of messages here I would have deleted too. Not all of them, Prince. Deuces, Bluepoint. You won't be missed. Come on, bro. Like again, I feel like Prince. You're allowed to have a different view, man. But this is the equivalent. This information is confirmed, by the way. But this is the equivalent of like going to a funeral for somebody that you didn't like and be like, peace, bro. Good riddance. Like, come on. Like, what kind of reaction do you think you're gonna get, man? Yeah, okay. That's fine. If you're indifferent, that's fine. Show some respect, man. Oh man, pay your respects. Peace. That's cold. That's cold, man. Prince, I thought you were a big PlayStation guy, though. Prince, I thought you were like the PlayStation guy. I mean, that's fair. Listen, if you're a PlayStation fan and you're like, this news doesn't really impact me much, that's fine. I'm not saying it has to. But, you know, I think it's just try to understand that for a lot of PlayStation players, this is like devastating news. Like, what the fuck level, you know? But yeah, if you're indifferent, though, why show up to the funeral? It's all good. Bro's doing the coffin dance. No. All right, guys, we got the song from. That was quick. It's a 3.5 minute song. It's called Bluepoint's Gone. All right. It's a bit of a ballad. This will be the closer for the show today. Again, if you want to drop any member gifts, if you want to get a single member train going, now's the time to do it while we listen to the song. You can still drop super chats and stuff, but I'm just not gonna be able to read them until after the song's over. So yeah, that's crazy. Oh my god, that's the craziest way to put it. I don't think I would put it that way. Almighty sweet. Here we go.
Heard the headline like a church bell crack. Little studio in the credits ain't never coming back. Used to load up those worlds, every scar, every stone. Now the menu's just quiet and I'm sitting here alone. Bluepoint's gone and it cuts like a slow goodbye. All those dusted off legends fading out of the sky. I keep scrolling through the memories in that pale TV glow. Bluepoint's gone, guess it's time to let them go. Gave old ghosts new faces, every hallway breathed. Took worn out, tired stories, turn them into something I believe. Now there's spaces on my shelf where your spine should be. Just a logo in my mind that I still reach to see. Bluepoint's gone and it cuts like a slow goodbye. All those dusted off legends fading out of the sky. I keep scrolling through the memories in that pale TV glow. Bluepoint's gone, guess it's time to let them go. Maybe somewhere in the silence there's a flicker on a screen. Oh, I hope so. Somebody rebuilds the ruins from the blueprint of a dream. Bluepoint's gone. Bluepoint's gone and it cuts like a slow goodbye. All those dusted off legends fading out of the sky. I keep scrolling through the memories in that pale TV glow. Bluepoint's gone, but I still can't let you go.
God damn. Corey says, what the F did I just come back to? We were paying an AI tribute to Bluepoint. Yo, GamingSurvivor, you were quick, bro. Hug your copy of Demon Souls tonight. God damn. I played the Metal Gear collection on PS3. That was my intro to the series. Damn. Yeah, I remember playing Bluepoint's their remaster of Peace Walker. So, yeah, I have like a little bit of a history like before Shadow of the Colossus with Bluepoint as well. This is the one that hurts the most. Damn. Well, horrific day today, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's shitty, man. And you know, it's the worst part is for, like, I didn't even talk about this either, but like the worst part is for the devs. Like, I can't even imagine. And look, I know it happens all over the industry. And I guess it's just one of these things where I pay closer attention to PlayStation Studios, so I feel like I'm going to have more to say about it. I'm going to think more about it because this is a studio I've been following closely. But man, it's like I can't imagine what it must feel like to basically be like, "Hello, Clark. Clark, please don't destroy my stop destroying my chair." Clark's like, "They will rise again. Do not give up hope." Wow, Clark, dude, look at how majestic Clark is being right now. Oh, nice hop. Let him be. No, that's fine. I don't mind. I'm more concerned that he's gonna end up slipping and scratching my head, dude. He's reckless one. I thought you lifted the cat by your arm. No. I was just gonna say, like, I can't imagine what it must be like to be a developer at Bluepoint, find out you're getting shut down, and just knowing that there are so many other development studios and teams that were given so many more chances than you know, and all you've ever done is deliver amazing remakes for Sony throughout each generation that are rated in the 80s and the 90s. That must fucking suck, dude. Like, for real. Like, I feel like that's probably a little bit different than, like, it sucks no matter what. But if you were part of like Firewalk or something, or a studio that just released a game that really bombed, there's a level of like, yeah, maybe we should prepare for the worst, you know? And that's why I feel like this is kind of unfair, because it's like I almost wonder. I know that this is going to sound nuts, but really think about if it actually sounds that nuts. I'm like, dude, are the pre-orders for Marathon like that bad? Like, did Sony overestimate Marathon to a degree that they're like, oh, we got to offset this, like this, because this isn't going to be good. We got to offset this now. Because I just don't understand why
Just got
it's
out
this
of work.
sudden.
What have I missed and what happened to yesterday's stream?
Wall Roar. Yesterday's stream, people keep asking me about that. I don't know why people keep asking about yesterday's stream. There was nothing really significant or interesting happened in yesterday's stream. It was just me kind of shooting the shit, and we ended up talking about such random stuff that I'm like, this isn't really a gaming related stream, and I'm trying to be more consistent on my channel. So no big deal there. What you missed today though, man, let me tell you. Bluepoint Games is officially shut down. Yeah. It's officially shut down. Sony just announced that they're closing them. And I don't know, man. Like, everybody's kind of in a little bit of shock, because yeah, man, it just feels like this, like, not Bluepoint, man. Like, not like it feels like it feels, I know it sounds like crazy to say it this way, but it feels like damn near malicious. Where, like, what? Like, there are at least 4 to 5 other PlayStation studios that if they were announced to be shut down, people would be upset, but like people would be like, I could kind of understand that. Bluepoint's not one of them. What could they have done? I mean, a lot, in my opinion. A lot. They could have worked on any game. They could, I mean, dude, listen, here's the thing that I can't figure out, okay? In 2020, Bluepoint Games ships Demon Souls. at the launch of the PS5. Demon Souls reviews well. It's a 92 on Metacritic. It sells well, well over 1 million, which for a game like that is good. You know, I think it's probably a couple million at this point. Remains a PS5 exclusive, you know, and after that,
no way. And I think we all like your random streams. It's when it's more realistic. And it's crazy not wanting to rise his prices on the console maybe.
Yeah, it's really devastating with the news about Bluepoint, man, and yeah, I'll try to keep that in mind. I guess I just have to like be more cognizant of like what are the topics today? You know, is this just going to be a random chill stream? So I apologize for that, but like so I haven't talked about that. While Rory, you're talking about the thing that's been trending about Sony. It's weird because it started trending about how like Sony CFO Lin Tao said that we're going to look to potentially further monetize the PS5 install base to offset the rising costs for hardware so we don't have to increase the price of the PS5. This was said like weeks ago. I was covering this. Like I was telling people, I'm like, guys, keep that in mind. They're saying like we're going to try to find other ways to maybe squeeze more money, whether that's through a PlayStation Plus price increase or, you know, tier increase, something, you know? I mean, some people are thinking like increasing game prices. I'm like, that would be crazy at this point. I don't think we'll do that. Something. And maybe this is one of the things. I fucking hate to say that, but I'm like, they're like, we could just shut down a studio and save a lot of money. I mean, that's the thing. And this is what makes it so painful is like, these are like truly business decisions, man. Business is fucking diabolical and cutthroat and greed driven, where like this move is going to save Sony money. 70 devs they don't have to pay, studio they don't have to run, you know, leases or whatever for the studios they don't have to pay, all this shit. And I'm like, again, I get it, it's business money, but why Bluepoint? I want some further investigating on this, man, from somebody, because like hopefully Jason Schreier, because this just feels. Damn. When did they post this? 2:15 today at 2:15. The Concordian timeline. This image is fucking crazy. Look at this. The craziest thing about this is 3 of these games are PlayStation Studios games. Who made this? Who fucking made this, dude? The Concordian timeline. No. I love how Highguard's just randomly there. Yo, why wasn't Sony all over Highguard, though? Oh, why does this image hurt so bad, though? Because it's true. Because it's so painfully true. Fuck. This is what studios are dying for, bro. This is what studios are dying for out here. No. Oh yeah, true. We just found that out. Highguard was Tencent. Yo, Tencent was like, let me get that Highguard. Tencent's like, delicious. Oh, fucking A, man. Slop, and more slop. You know what's sad, man, is like when we like, because I get it. You're saying, hold on. You're saying we don't. I can't see it all. It's not showing it. We don't need more remakes. We just need more games like Saurus, Wolverine, and Intergalactic. This is a win for Sony moving forward. Or do you want the PS6 to be a remake station? I disagree. Respectfully, I disagree because it's like, dude, listen. I mean, I agree that we don't want an overabundance of remakes. I don't want the PS6 or any PlayStation to be a remake station, right? I love my remakes, though. What we want are fucking damn high quality, worthwhile remakes that feel like perfect. Like, this is it. We want this. Bluepoint delivered that. That's what I don't get. Like, Sony's like, yeah, we'll remaster The Last of Us 1 and Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us Part 2 over the course of 2.5 fucking years. But, you know, Bluepoint, we could encourage them to remake Chrono Trigger, or not Chrono Trigger, Legend of Dragoon. Nah. I don't know, man. Like, there's just... Is this the biggest closing layoff so far? I think Japan Studio is the biggest one. That one was definitely the biggest, but this is like up there. Like, the thing is, Bluepoint's not a massive studio. They're like 70 devs. Which I'm not saying that's inconsequential, but that's like a massive, like 200 person studio or something, you know? But yeah, it's painful for a lot of people because, again, I'll tell you what, a lot of people's Bloodborne hopes and dreams died today. And for that reason alone, people are like, no, dude. No, Prince, you can offer. No, you can. I just don't want you to. Just don't listen. I think the only reason that happened was because you were acting almost celebratory, and that it's fine. Like if you want to express why you think it's totally fine that Bluepoint's getting shut down, that's totally cool. That's totally cool. I just think it's a bit sensitive. You know, it's like if you act like if you have the energy of like, you know, whatever, bro. I ain't losing it. Like, it's cool, right? It's all good. I don't feel like this is an appropriate time to be like, PlayStation is still great. I don't, because I'm just like, dude, I can tell you this, man. Sony, I'm going to tell you this. This is like probably the most fundamental take home message I can finish with here. The biggest problem about this move, I know it sounds crazy to say this, but the biggest problem I don't think is even that, oh, they're shutting a studio down and we cared about that studio. It's not even that. The biggest problem is that this signals a greater systemic issue within Sony's leadership, you know, in that they obviously thought long and hard before making this decision, and they still decided to go through with it. And that tells you a lot. And that should absolutely worry you about the future of PlayStation, if you care about it. Like, if you're that person that's like, I love a lot of what PlayStation does, whether or not Bluepoint was part of that, you beware. You know? Beware that Bluepoint should have been safe. Like, that's the part that I still can't fathom. It's like, Bluepoint should have been safe, dude. Layoffs, maybe. Studio closure? Who? Bluepoint? And Sony's just out here like, yeah, we fucking slice and dice, bitch. We didn't even give it a sec. We don't care. Business. I'm like, oh, that's cold. That's cold. Again, I get it. Firewalk makes sense. London, okay. That is harder to justify, but I guess we can kind of see why. Bluepoint? Uh-oh. Leia, what do you have to say about this? picking up? It's not picking up. Sorry. She was making a weird noise. I thought it was going to pick up on the mic. It didn't. I don't know, man. Look, all I can say is this. Hold on, I'll try to read your last message. Even Xbox is closing studios with Microsoft behind them. I know. But all I can say is this. Can you guys really not hear Leia? Hold on. I'm sorry. I want to see if this will come through. All right. I don't know how clear that came through, but she was like really, yeah, I'm sorry. I hit the mic spring like multiple times and it's squeaky. She's still going. Yeah, she is not happy. Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Sorry. I'm good. I'm good. I had to give her time because she's never been this vocal. She's never been this vocal on a stream before. She's still going. No, the mic's good now. Pretty sure. It's funny because like she thinks because I'm moving Clark, she thinks he's gonna attack. Anyway, I don't even remember what the hell I was saying. I mean, look, man, I mean, like conservative, like you're saying, Sony is on track to selling 100 million PlayStation 5s this year. There's no crash. Sony's thriving. And there's so many games coming this and next year. You'll be crying about your wallets. I mean, no, dude, like nothing you said there is untrue, but part of what you said is the reason why this shouldn't have happened. Like you're saying, Sony's thriving. PlayStation's thriving. You know, like, again, I just think that there are other studios, other projects that it's like, I mean, I just can't put it any more simply that like Bluepoint deserved better than this, and they deserved another chance. Like they really did. You know, it's not to. I mean, I understand like so much of what we. God, it's so crazy. I just have like a cat on top of my head. Take me seriously. Leia's like pretty much yelling at Clark. She's like yelling at him. Go ahead, Clark. Go. Oh my God. Leia! Leia! What the hell? Oh my god. Clark, you good, bro? Oh my god, now Clark's trying to fight Luna. Damn, man. Zadarkan says, MEG, cat on right is Luna, elder cat, 7 years old. This is Leia. She's like, I think 11 now. I got her. I think she's 10. I think she'll be 11 next year. So she's the elder, the one who just got violent. I got a violent elder cat. Luna is the all black cat. She's I think 2.5 at this point. Boss, he's like 8 years old, I think. I think he's 8 now. And Clark, I think, is only a little over 2 years old. So Luna and Clark right now, you can't see it, but they're battling each other now on the. Yeah. Thriving companies will close studios in pursuit of infinite growth and pleasing shareholders. Well, listen. I'll end on this note because I really extended the stream a lot longer than I expected to. Now I really do have a headache. So last call for any support. We'll probably be live for another 2 minutes. The final thing I can say is that I'm not ignorant to the fact that the gaming industry is a business. PlayStation is not exempt from that. As I've gotten more familiar and engaged with the industry, I realize how much of it is business oriented. And, you begin to make sense of certain decisions when you view it from a business perspective. And so I can understand that, things are volatile in the sense that it's getting more and more difficult for these companies and these corporations to show growth. And it's exactly that. The shareholders these days expect only growth, perpetual growth. And anything less than that is basically deemed unacceptable. And the CEOs and the CFOs of these companies, that's pretty much how they operate now, where there's just no excuse. There's no excuse if we can't produce growth and we're at risk of producing some kind of, God forbid, hey, we lost a little bit of money. We took a little bit of a loss. That's just considered unacceptable now. And I just want it to be known that I'm well aware of this. And that's why when I say this, I say it not as somebody in ignorance. I say it as somebody who's genuinely baffled and disheartened. Disheartened is probably the most appropriate word. Where Sony, if you really felt like you had to do this, like you had to do it in the name of we can't be the ones posting a loss. Again, when you sit down and you look over your entire portfolio of studios, you look over the entirety of the PlayStation Studios family and every project that's in development, single player, live service, everything in between. I just genuinely, where I can't seem to understand at all Sony's perspective is why you chose Bluepoint. I'll be honest with you, even Ben's studio would make more sense at this point. Not that I would want to, I wouldn't want to make that trade-off, but I'm just saying I would be able to look at that and say they chose not to make Days Gone 2. You greenlit their live service. I can kind of, like, I still would be fuming, but it's like, I guess maybe I guess what I'm saying is, like, Ben's if it was Ben's studio, it's like what killed them was not producing an 80, 90 Metacritic banger with Days Gone and then making the active decision to not make a sequel to it, even though it had a fan base and sold well. Like that, logically, I'm like, I can understand why that decision was made, even though I still would think that was a wrong decision. Give him another shot. With Bluepoint, and Bend is a bad example because I think they're, again, what's up with Media Molecule? Why is Naughty Dog allowed to basically produce nothing, practically nothing new, blow over $100 million on a canceled live service game, and still have nothing to show for it? With no, like, why? I'm not saying there should be layoffs at Naughty Dog, but I'm just saying with like minimal consequence. Why is Bungie still allowed to be like, how many developers does Bungie have? $850 employees. Are you fucking kidding me? Zenarkan, you're saying here 11 years old Leia, Elder Cat, not mature and playful. No, definitely not. Raven, you're saying F you, Sony, closing down Evolution Studios, London, Japan, Bluepoint, all this bullshit dystopian capitalistic society. For real. That's crazy. You're like 8:15, another 15-minute rant. I didn't like that. Cannot be real. Hold on. As of late 2024 through early 2026, Bungie has approximately 850 employees. That's following a significant restructure in July of 2024. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Like that right there proves my point. Of like, if you don't see the problem here, then man, I hope things keep going well for you, because there's a big problem here. And at some point you're going to wake up to it where it's like Bluepoint, a studio of 70 devs, gets executed. Meanwhile, Bungie's still allowed to have over 800 developers. Okay. And I know what some people might think. Well, that's because Bungie has produced successful live service. Again, how's Destiny doing these days? How's the run up to Marathon looking? Guess what? You know what people would be excited for? You know what would look real good right now? A Bloodborne remake announcement from Bluepoint. People would literally shit their pants live on stream. Me being one of them. Okay? Do you know how many likes that trailer would get? Do you know how shared that trailer would be? Okay, if not that, announcing Bluepoint's remaking The Legend of Dragoon, people would lose their minds. You would see pure, unadulterated hype. People would be snorting the purest hype. Hype, you know? And that's why I get frustrated with people who are trying to make excuses here, where it's like, listen, I'm not saying you had to like Bluepoint, but there is no excuse. Fire Sprite, 250 devs, one VR game. And to be fair, I think Fire Sprite is working on Until Dawn 2, but it's like, yeah, man, I don't understand what's going on here. I just think that there's an underpinning to this decision that it's hard for me to ignore. Where it's like there's a bigger take-home message here, and I don't like that message at all. I read Herman's email, and there's not everything he said made me more unsettled. You know when the last time I read a fucking internal email like that was? Phil Spencer emailing the Xbox team when shit like this happens. Maybe they figure they can just use existing studios to remake games. Somebody said they're going to use AI, and I'm like, dude, if that's what comes next, I'm going to actually throw up on stream, dude, because like, no, come on. Well, we're gonna see what happens with Marathon. I'm gonna be watching Marathon with great intrigue. Am I rooting against it? Maybe. Is this the beginning of my villain arc? Halfway. We're halfway there. We are halfway there. Where I'm like Two-Face right now. I'm like Harvey Dent, you know? Like, when it comes to Sony's live service, I am now a cynic. You know? Yeah, maybe bad guy. MBG, maybe bad guy. Overreactions by MBG. Well, that's the thing. Like, it's an overreaction until it's a studio you care about. And believe me, at the rate Sony's going, it's going to be a studio you care about. You better believe Housemarque will die for Bungie if Housemarque doesn't sell better than Returnal. Remember I'm saying that, by the way. Remember I'm saying that. That's the Sony we're dealing with right now. And if you don't see that, well, that's why I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be really off-putting when this happens again. Unless Sony does the right thing. And it's like, Marathon failed, so now Bungie pays the price. Not these guys or those guys. Now Bungie pays the price. Listen, at the end of the day, maybe Bluepoint can be chalked up as a victim of Jim Ryan. Maybe that's true. Maybe that is the reality. Maybe it's that Jim was the one who ultimately said, you guys can make a God of War live service. Yeah, that sounds great. Herman, let him do it. It's all good. What could go wrong? Maybe Herman didn't have a choice. Maybe the buck did stop with Jim. But we'll never know. All I know is that Herman's the one writing the email right now, and the reasons he's giving are just like, this sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Gummy Bears is still alive. Platinum Achievement says, is this what being number one means? Shuttering studios? Apparently. Yeah. No. They were number one. They were number one. They're number one. Pour one out for Bluepoint, man. Fuck. Jim Ryan set them up for failure and Herman helped. Well, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to fucking go out there. I did my part with Bluepoint too, man. I did. I like to think I helped sell a lot of copies of that game because that day, the launch of the PS5, when I streamed Demon's Souls and I had like over 3,500 people watching, I'm like, I hope surely some of you guys are going to go out there and buy Demon's Souls now. You should, because it's a fucking amazing remake. So I like to think I did my part. I covered that game. I still referred to that game. Also, I want to point something out. Bluepoint was one of the only developers at the launch of the PS5 Pro implementing PSSR into Demon's Souls and showing you here's what it's like to have native, what is basically native 4K resolution with no compromise at 60 frames per second. They were the ones there doing that. Not saying they were the only ones, but there weren't that many studios. And I'm like, okay. Is Bungie using PSSR? Serious question. Oh, no, sorry. They're busy optimizing for Xbox. Right. What I just said is it's just true. It's true. And that should sting a little bit, not because of console wars, but because, yes, that's right. A first-party PlayStation studio that was making PS5 exclusives, utilizing PlayStation's proprietary technology, has been beat out by a fucking studio that doesn't give a shit about Sony's culture or the the PlayStation culture, and is developing. Oh, here's a fucking Ghost of Yotei charm. Get this shit out of my face, man. Like now I'm getting pissed again. No, I'm not gonna get. It's too much. It's too much. All right, I'll do it one more time because GamingSurvivor, I think you did a great job. We'll play the song one more time. Okay. This is in memory of Bluepoint Games. I'm going to end the stream after this song for real this time. All right, because I've been streaming for way too long. Was not planning on a 5-hour stream today. The live stream is going to end after this song. So I know I said it like twice now, but this is the official last call. If you have any more support you want to drop, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to make a video tomorrow. Don't know if we're going to be streaming. I might not be streaming again until probably Sunday, unless there's like more info that comes out and there's something I really got to talk about, or unless something came out and I missed it. But if you want to drop any more member gifts, if you want to become a member, any more super chats, direct donations, now is the time to do it. We got about 5 minutes counting this song, okay? Platinum Achievement says Sony is run by shareholders, not gamers' preferences. That's becoming more and more clear. Unfortunately, that is becoming more and more clear. Hate to say it.
Heard the headline like a church bell crack. Little studio in the credits ain't never coming back. Used to load up those worlds, every scar, every stone. Now the menu's just quiet and I'm sitting here alone. Bluepoint's gone and it cuts like a slow goodbye. All those dusted off legends fading out of the sky. I keep scrolling through the memories in that pale TV glow. Bluepoint's gone, guess it's time to let them go. Gave old ghosts new faces, every hallway breathed. Took worn out, tired stories, turned them into something I believe. Now there's spaces on my shelf where your spine should be. Just a logo in my mind that I still reach to see. Bluepoint's gone and it cuts like a slow goodbye. All those dusted off legends fading out of the sky. I keep scrolling through the memories in that pale TV glow. Bluepoint's gone, guess it's time to let them go. Maybe somewhere in the silence there's a flicker on a screen. Oh, I hope so. Somebody rebuilds the ruins from the blueprint of a dream. Bluepoint's gone. Bluepoint's gone and it cuts like a slow goodbye. All those dusted off legends fading out of the sky. I keep scrolling through the memories in that pale TV glow. Bluepoint's gone, but I still can't let you go.
RPD's like, how long gonna keep this shit up for? I do just want to let you guys know before I head out that so I'm just letting you know because I got a warning during the stream. If the stream disappears after this, it will only be extremely temporary because it just means I think that Eric Andre video I played is like super copyrighted. I'm gonna have to cut that out. I'll be able to automatically edit it out. But I'm just saying sometimes when I get messages like that, it's like telling me it's gonna block it. So until I cut that part out, it may be blocked, but it might not be. I'm just letting you know. Don't panic. Do not panic. The stream will stay up. But, you know, whatever copyrights might be there, I have to get rid of. New Soul 9 says, my condolences. Thank you, New Soul. Thank you, bro. Well, rest in peace, Bluepoint. You know, I can at least say that I'm glad they were able to produce Demon Souls Remake as a launch exclusive because the truth is, the PS5 launch holds a very special place in my heart. And I have some of my best memories ever with that. Not just because of the PS5, but you know, everything surrounding it. You know, and also with how crazy 2020 was as a year. So, you know, I'm at least thankful that Demon Souls will be that game that I look back on, the remake, of course. And it was the first ever PS5 game I played, and I got to share the experience with you guys. And I played Shadow of the Colossus the year before, Shadow of the Colossus remake, and what a special game. I mean, obviously, the original, very, very special, but really great that Bluepoint could bring that up and give somebody like me an opportunity to be more willing to try it and play it and realize what I missed out on. So, you know, salute, man, you know, to Bluepoint. And it's a shame that they're not going to be a part of PlayStation Studios anymore, and they're just not going to be a thing anymore. And all I can really say at this point is I hope that Sony doesn't continue to make bonehead decisions like this, man, because it's going to be pretty tough to watch these future live service game announcements that are going to look like fucking absolute train wreck dumpster juice fires and know that and Bluepoint's still dead, you know? So that's going to be a tough pill to swallow in the future. But all right, guys, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. Really appreciate the support you guys have shown today. Thank you to everybody who dropped any membership gifts. If you became a member or renewed your membership, if you dropped any super chats or direct donations, thank you all so much. I'm completely fan funded. I can only do these streams and do what I do because you guys make it possible. So could not do it without you. My only other request is as you're heading out, please take a moment, hit that like button. We might be able to hit 300 likes. And yeah, I'll probably, even though I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, I think I'm going to put out a video talking about Bluepoint. And yeah, so you can look forward to that. And also, big shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments with those timestamps, show him some love, give him some thanks. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. And that's it. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day, night, or evening. Maybe go play a little bit of Demon Souls. You know, I was just looking over my library of games. I was like, maybe I should go play Demon Souls. And, you know, maybe I will. Maybe I will. But that's it. All right. Guys, until the next one, take care.